Alright, I think I got it. I would assume this is not on YouTube yet, and I say that because the last tier Slashback is not on YouTube yet. So I will have to tough it out with another instance of auto. Who's you in the upper? Tough it out through the what's it called? The fucking Twitch. Oh dang! Look at the camera quality. Driving the Twitch VOD. God, I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it because I don't know who the fuck told Twitch that people want 10-second fast forward and rewind. Like nobody ever wants that, and there's no frame by frame. So it's like, oh, dude. What I fucked up is I should have. I'll do it for the next one. Also with substantials. I should have just downloaded this fucking VOD, honestly, and just played it in like VCL player or something. What I should have done, but do it for next time. It'll be fine. Alright, I already kind of beat the brakes off KTP this time, so we'll check it out. I will say, like, before this matchup, like, kicks in, this shit to me is, like, classic Okizeme high-low character versus DP. Like, this shit happens so much in this game. Like, I'm gonna need it anyway, so I'll pull it up. But there are so many instances of, like, characters like her, like Mei. You pull up and you play Mei, and then your bracket is, like... what's an easy one? This one's easy. This guy. Like, you pull up and it's like, no meterless reversal. No meterless reversal. No meterless reversal. Like, when you... And then this one's like easy as fuck to safe jump, from the looks of it. No meterless reversal. Like, sometimes Mei players pull up and they just look unstoppable. And it's because you just have to hold the high-low. There's nothing that you have naturally in your kit that just says, fuck a mix-up, I need you to be right. I need you to wait and kill me. And I swear that this matchup to me is like real big on that. That Chipp obviously tends to be in the air a lot. The thing that's interesting to me is Mei doesn't have Mei doesn't have notable anti-airs in her kit, really. Like, everything in her kit, if it anti-airs, is kind of like a little wonky or needs to be applied in a specific way. She does not have like a brain dead. Just use this to anti-air button. Sometimes you can close slash. Once in a blue moon, you can 6P. A lot of the times you can 2H if you do it like insanely preemptively, right? So that seems like something that obviously would be annoying, I think, as a Mei player, but Chipp spends a lot of his time in the air, and I think air-to-airing him isn't like necessarily that bad for Mei, honestly. Would be like my impression. It's also one of those things where it's not like a lot of the characters in the game are stopping H teleport, right? The number of characters in the game that like Chipp teleports and then he's like right above you, and it's like you have an option for it that just wins is like not that high. It's like a couple of characters. Some characters are kind of brain dead, have like godlike 6Ps, compress them, and then maybe they just work out, or like close slash proximity normal shit like that, right? But a lot of characters like can't anti-air Chipp that well anyway. So while obviously it's annoying that she really can't do it, I don't think it matters that much, right? And so I think really the thing that I'm expecting to come up a lot is the fact that he doesn't have to deal with like meterless reversals, really. Like obviously blitz is always a factor, but the fact that all of her work in neutral is now also going to turn into the occasional gamble, like on her offense for Oki, is going to be like a pain. It always is in this matchup, I can tell. It's almost to the point where I think it's just worth doing like safe jumps instead as Mei. I think there's arguments as Okizeme characters to just do a safe jump, bro. Like you'd rather they have to blitz you or play like different RPS every now and then than get to control a situation that you normally get to. It's backwards. So like here, right? First instance, and you never want to gamble here, in my opinion. You don't need to gamble yet. Raw knockdown versus Mei, she's doing 6K or she's doing 2D, and like neither of them is that big a deal. The scariest thing she could low-key do here is like strike throw. Better get some wrist crank or meter spent from the defender. I look at it as more like you're doing the thing that is just safe versus the DP, right? Worst case, realistically, is if somebody spends 25 bar when they blitz you, then it can be kind of scary, is the way I would put it, right? Because it's only 25 bar, which is pretty cheap. Blitz shields don't affect your meter game, so it's like if they win that exchange after, too, then they're in a pretty great spot, honestly. But the way I look at it is you're playing for DPRC, right? If they don't want to overthink it, they're going to do DPRC. But the idea is that you don't have to worry about it as much, right? Like, I like it because it's the, like, nobody is mashing versus a safe jump. They might DPRC, but nobody is mashing versus a safe jump. But if you're scared enough of a DP, some people will mash on wake up. They'll fuzzy mash on wake up. And so you end up blocking, and they didn't even spend the bar, is how I look at it. But we'll see. We'll see how much it comes up. Like I said, it's definitely like an aspect that she has to consider, I would say, in this matchup a lot, among other things. Pushback, yeah. See, so like strike throws is like the scariest thing Mei has here. This is usually fine. This is like a pretty chill left-right situation. A lot of the times when he's hitting 2D and he's dashing, I tend to assume if he didn't, like, this is a bad like logic to use. It's not consistent, but when he does this, a lot of the times I assume if he doesn't flash green, he's not going to cross me up. Or sorry, he's not going to stay same side. And that if he does flash green, he probably is same side. Because it's kind of rare that chips, not that it's impossible, but like off this trajectory, like they're going to naturally cross up. So the green flash is what I use sometimes for guessing. Right? Because again, the idea is like the green flash, I see it, right? Right when it happens. And then I just like tell myself like, okay, blocking cross up, no green flash. Blocking cross up, green flash. I would block same side. That's not an actual sound logic because he can do the FTC and be on the other side. But it tends to be that certain knockdowns, he's just like dashing into it. He's not really like FDCing for the cross up timing. What happened? How did he not die for the second one? Because he got hit. Oh, Pat overthought it. I am surprised he overthought that. I guess he can't get... He probably didn't... He probably wasn't ready for that situation. Right? Because one, like... I don't really know if this is close enough to the corner to, like, consistently get the JD Alpha into better Okizeme. So I'm surprised he didn't just do something like close slash, jump install, 2H, and take the damage here. Right? But I guess he was just playing for the burst. He tends to do this a lot these days. I think it's pretty strong versus people that don't know how to rotate how they burst, right? Because I forget what that move's called. It's like Shinkido, right? Shinkido, his angled like DP kick. Oh no, are we cooked? There's no dust lube right now. Oh, never mind, it's fine. Shinkido is like the burst point, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so everybody and their mother knows once you see this move, you press burst. Not giving that point, I think, does add a little bit of confusion. And it's not like Chipp is bad at playing tech scrambles necessarily with his anti-airs, right? I think it's worth it if they're really bad at bursting outside of that. Like, if they don't understand alternative points to do it, and they're legit always just bursting Shinkido, then I think that's kind of fine. That he, like, lets it kind of slide and then sees what happens and then gets to run up after and do whatever, right? Again, Chipp doesn't really have too much trouble in these anti-air situations. I don't like that he chased here. But it's mostly... I've talked about this before, but I find that once Mei, like... So I think it's like right here. Once she kind of double jumps, and I usually wait to see if she does it, she doesn't move very far, right? Like Pat wanted the teleport air throw or something like along those lines probably. But once she kind of does this, there's a little paint tool. Like once she double jumps one way or the other, she's kind of fucked. Like if she started here and she jumps to the left, it's like, wee, and like that's the angle. It's like really shallow. She doesn't go very far on her double jumps. She goes pretty high and then she doesn't go very far. And vice versa is also true. So sometimes when I'm kind of like Marvel assist under her, like just chilling right here, and she's like right here, I'll kind of wait because there's like a good chance that they're gonna double jump. And if they double jump like this, especially with the character like Chipp, I would like the idea of like once I backdash, I essentially have like free real estate to recover. They've probably landed by then, like right here. And then I just run forward and press like whatever button I feel like pressing, probably. Because Mei is going to be uncomfortable stopping that. But I find once she jumps, she is kind of like committed to that trajectory. Okay, yeah. Oh, he tries to burst bait it a little bit. Kind of a dicey situation. That was actually really scary. He should have just committed, I think. I guess he didn't believe in the hit, or maybe he like fucked up the faultless cancel or something. But if it was because he's like, I think he's gonna burst, I think he's overthinking it. There is value in getting that resource out of the way, and I think too many people don't realize that. Is my take on it. Safe on block, yeah. I find this comes up more with people that play charge-based characters. Not that it, I mean, maybe might have like the least of it, but whenever like this kind of thing comes up, where there's buttons like options like this, you really want to instant block these. You don't want to like just like faultless or like autopilot. You probably meant to IB it, but the difference is like you IB that and like Chipp dies. Like you get a punish every time. Probably even as May if I had to guess. But because he doesn't, like Pat literally recovers and gets to block the fastest charge option in her kit, which is S-Dolphin, right? Like horizontal S-Dolphin is 5 frames to start, but I'm assuming it obviously has like some travel time involved before it hits people if it's not literally point blank. But I think Pat not dying there is like a really big deal because that's not supposed to feel that good for Chipp, that situation with his Resho and like other follow-ups. This is super awkward. He needs breathing room. He's also, in my opinion, used a little bit too much faultless, maybe, versus Chipp. I don't think Chipp is, like, a character you need a faultless a whole ton. And the reason I mentioned is, like, he hasn't had any bar to kind of, like, blitz any of these situations. I find that the more Chipp is just kind of crawling all over me, the more viable, like, random blitz like this is. Still pretty winnable, but, like I said, the issue is going to be, like, if he gets a knockdown, he will have to RPS with DP. If he's right, he wins the round, but that's a thing that he's gonna like have to do if it comes up, which is why even though he's in a great spot to still honestly get this round if he gets the knockdown, it's like dicey. An air throw. Yeah, delayed overhead. It's very cheap. Anytime she hits like late hits like this, I've seen it on jump punch a lot. I don't see it like as much off of the deep JH, but it's really cheap off the deep JH. Delayed overhead, and then it obviously like it's mostly a threat if she has the bar to confirm it. But that's just kind of like May in a nutshell. A lot of her shit that hurts involves preemptively setting up dolphins or more likely having to spend a little bit of bar. That was an insanely scary teleport. I'm not sure. I'm curious what it's for. I wonder if it just like beats like 5k at round start or something. I can't think of a reason off the top of my head. I guess maybe because it dodges that. But I'd always rather crouch that, generally, and get like a real punish on IADs at round start like that. It makes me curious. And a lot of May's round start pokes aren't like particularly scary in a lot of matchups. She'd be more scary like counter poking, my guess would be, than like actually poking at round start, because 5k doesn't lead to anything. I mean, 5h would be more like a counter poke button. She's not pressing far slash at round start, realistically. It's a lot of just like moving at round start would be my guess as May. Like you could maybe like throw a dolphin out or something, but May doesn't really kill you at round start except for with that option that KTP picked. Like if you jump back, air dash back, backdash, any of those kind of like give up space options immediately, and May commits the IAD-JS, you kind of like die if she clips you. It's like one of her more punishing things to suddenly get hit by. Too far? Yeah. Oh, there it is. I think he expected it, but possibly was just like early on it. That's my guess. I don't think for a lot of characters, it's easy to say this with Biken, but I don't really think like banking on trying to anti-air this is like a game plan I want, unless it's like really consistent. Like when I play Biken, I just kind of sometimes Azami, but I don't actually Azami H teleport like that much, because there's different ways to play around it, and there's already enough value in it just existing. But really my point is that because I don't do it, they still sometimes do the high JH a lot, like Chipp players, and it's not usually that bad. The way I think of it in my head is if he does teleport and he does sort of like an instant jump H, it tends to be easier to anti-air, but it also, more importantly, doesn't really hit like as punishingly on block. Like a lot of the times you can IB both hits, and it's pretty rare that Chipp will jail on that second IB, and so you can usually buffer your backdash, I want to say. I wonder if I can open the game while I talk about it. Show it. GLT gear. But I think that's fine. Or they do the deeper one. They do the one where they kind of delay it, and so that frame advantage is more likely to jail you, so that you can't get that escape with that delayed backdash. But those are the ones that tend to be throwable, right? Like they would like to press an instant button. Sorry, they would like to press a delayed button, but that's the one that tends to just get thrown on reaction by a lot of players. So I would imagine chips are pretty conditioned to look for the opposite a lot of the times. And essentially tell themselves like, okay, well, I should do the instant one because like most people react with something that is like designed to try to beat this. And so the earlier I press it, the less likely their like counter option is to work out. But I don't usually find that this is a mechanic where I'm like, let me anti-air all the time, unless you know it's really consistent, right? Like when I play answer, reacting with 2H is consistent if he teleports, and you trade and it like is always in your favor. He has to like teleport JD to beat it or something like that. But let's say Chipp does something like this, right? So he's gonna try to pick like his fastest option, right? Which is jab. But if I wait and I get both of these, sometimes you don't even need the second ID. A little early. You almost always get this backdash, right? And so the idea is that they like to do that, because if you try to do something like this into them and they press it instantly and you're like slow to react, which is reasonable. Like most people will jump around there. They're not going to do it instantly, right? You're usually ending up here because he pressed it so early. And a lot of the times you land, and then he gets that like 5p jail. A lot of the times it looks kind of like this, right? And he gets that 5p jail on you a lot of the times. That's why I say like if I expect him to do it, then I'll usually just take like my 2 IBs and buffer backdash. It's kind of hard for Chipp to cover that consistently unless he just starts assuming that you're gonna do it, right? But he doesn't really have anything that like meaningfully covers this unless he starts doing like gamma or just starts chasing it immediately. But anything that he wants to do immediately to jail, like, tends to not work, right? Now, if he was to delay the press like this, it's a lot more likely to actually do the jail, right, in this situation. Even this isn't, like, super consistent, by the way. But see how, like, I'll try to backdash it here? I guess I can turn my inputs on. I'll try to backdash this, and it doesn't really work that well as the defender here. Because he tends to be, and I didn't even press the fastest button. I pressed 5k, right? That's the thing that they want. They kind of want like deeper jump-ins, obviously, because they're a lot more consistent for pressure and confirms. But these are the ones that tend to be throwable. These are the ones that are like not really like that guaranteed. A lot of times people will see the teleport, he disappears, and they'll go for the air throw, right? And as long as you teleported with H teleport, like you're definitely gonna get thrown on that. But for that reason, like, unless you kind of understand how those interactions work, I'm not a big fan of, like, doing this too much. We'll see. I might be jumping the gun by, like, talking about this literally the first time it came up. And, like, maybe this is consistent. But, like, that, to me, is not an interaction you really want versus Chipp. Is, like, if this, like, can happen, I don't think it's worth it. And my guess is that it's kind of hard to... I mean, maybe we'll see, but unless he does the delayed one... right, like this one, my guess is that it's kind of hard to get this hit consistently. But it's really more like you don't need to go that crazy, I think. If you think he's doing the early one, things like this are also pretty strong on it in general. Right, but I do like to just like kind of hold up into him, or if he's doing those early ones, then I take those 2 IBs and I tend to just backdash after. And May has an amazing backdash, so my guess would be it's okay. It doesn't obviously solve your problem of, hey, like, Chipp's gonna recover and then do more, but you're not blocking him anymore. And you're out of the bad situation that you were in before, in my eyes. So I think it's, like, worth considering things like that. Especially because punishment's big, right? She doesn't have anything he has to care about on Wake Up. So this is just, like, Mixed City. Right, so again, same kind of situation that came up earlier, except this time he goes for the air throw. You can see Pat kind of does the earlier time. I mean, you can't see it, which is funny, but he does that, like, early one. You see he's, like, doing it already, right? He literally does it before ETP even leaves the ground, right? And so you get both hits, he lands, he presses the button or two, and you're jailed again, right? Oh, that's probably supposed to be 6p. Oh, that's kind of dangerous. right? When he gets clipped here, right? It's really important to remember, like, right here, I tend to just, she might be like even, or hey, what's up, Basho? Or like an irrelevant amount of minus here on S Dolphin, but she can't do any more combos, and Mei isn't really a character that runs up a lot. She tends to do things like this, and if you hold up back, or if you backdash, then you're gonna have a hard time potentially. But if you kind of wait for it, then you get like bigger punishes. Right now, it seems like KTP is mostly focused in on like, I can't fucking, like, he's just running away and I can't seem to interact with him, right? And so he's just ending up in a lot of situations kind of like this, basically, where he's like committing to a specific type of chase. It's not really working. He's gonna end up like out of position off of it. Pat kind of gets to run up for free. H teleport has been running amok this whole set because he keeps doing early JH so far, it looks like. KTP keeps getting like randomly clipped by it or scrambling into it. I could be wrong, but like I'm pretty sure you can't throw that early JH. If you can, I refuse to believe it's consistent. The way that I've been in that situation like a handful of times already. It's mix. Probably misses reversal blitz if I had to guess. I do think in context like this versus Chipp, I think it is worth. Oh, he didn't have it. He got it on hit. That's tragic. I didn't even notice. I was gonna say I think it's worth gambling, right? Because you're dead either way. And it's not worth pretending you'll block Chipp. Oh, he cut it short. He was really knew the amount of hits needed. Air dash back. So like again, I don't think I mean he's been having success with it, but Mei is not like a character I like to move a bunch versus. Maybe there's a specific interaction with her 5H. Like if it counter hit staggers anything at round start, that is pretty scary. I'm wondering if it beats like 2S, because that's a pretty default round start for Chipps a lot of the times as a pretty like safe counter poke. To whatever their usual like round start options are. But that might have like a funny interaction. But I'm usually against a lot of characters immediately giving up space at round start versus Mei, because she kind of gets a better reward when she chases it. Gets the free find me. That was really good positioning, like to go over KTP, like to essentially end up on the other side is really underrated, because you're kind of like approaching at them in this exact spot, and then you realize this is essentially the moment when like you can't see him, but Chipp is like chilling like right here ish. The moment you see this trajectory, you're like, okay, I can't really press an air button in a game like this now, because one good IB on like the right timing or something, this guy's gonna air throw me. So what you do is you kind of just immediately jump before it even becomes a factor, since that's usually what people are going for here as the Mei, is like to air throw you. So you tend to like double jump there, and if they go for it, or if they committed to like waiting to see if they were gonna block IB and then air throw, then you're good, right? He kind of just goes right over him and then resets on the other side, and it's roughly the same. If anything, he might potentially have more space than before, technically, which is really funny. Kind of funny how this game became the black sheep of GG now. That makes no sense to me. It doesn't sound right, like, at all. Yeah, he definitely had more space after he switched sides, right? He didn't have much to work with here, right, in terms of like distance behind him. But once he kind of does this and they cross paths, similar spacing. He's like a little bit closer, but he definitely has a little bit more space behind him now if he needs it. This is a really good double jump on Pat to reposition. And I feel like KTP is maybe like moving a little bit too aggressively, if that makes sense. Chipp is a character where like if he's doing all of this stuff to me a lot of the times, I kind of move in smaller chunks and anticipate that Chipp will do the rest of it for me. Like he will jump towards me, he will run at me, and so I only need to like reposition a little bit. If you're talking out of your ass, I think that sounds like you're talking out of your ass. Exert is not a black sheep game in the slightest. There it is. Oh, he actually does get him too. So it hasn't honestly come up yet, but we'll talk about if they come up for other burst points, because there's definitely like other burst points to look for and consider. But you always have time to wait, man. You don't have to burst on Resho. You always have time to wait for Shinkido and then visually confirm it. Chipp is in that animation for a really long time. And there are alternative burst points. Funny enough, the punish is actually one of the alternative burst points I tend to take. Versus Chipp. It's not consistent, but it's pretty reasonable to assume they're not gonna, especially the first time, they're not gonna usually bait this burst. But the idea is whenever he's doing button, that you know he's jumping selling, so you know, like usually close slash. 2H launch, right? He's gonna have to pick this up in the air, so you can burst the moment 2H kind of hits you, like right there, and he teleports into you, right, for the rest of his combo, and so you get that burst there a lot of the times. He can do an empty teleport, obviously, like, or he can just do 2H no cancel. But the idea is like both of which would kill his combo, right? And at that point, you just kind of gotta hold it. Ooh, that was a scary miss. Oh, like again, like not getting any of these is like really big deal. Chipp should feel more pressured to give up space in these situations a lot of the times, I think. Right? No IB here and no IB here is like really brutal, right? Obviously, he's maybe even trying. He might have just missed them. But it is kind of a big deal when you miss them, because hitting those instant blocks is either one, a punish. Like if he sees the instant blocks here, Pat would probably spend the 50 bars so that he's not going to get punished as a result of the IBs. But one, he just kind of doesn't here. And two, like even if you don't have the punish available, like if you're somehow too far to get a knockdown on like the second IB or something, the options that he's going to be picking are things like backdash there a lot of the times. And that's where I would imagine that May's IEDJS has some value in actually finding its mark, right? But you can see Pat doesn't even have to spend the 50 bar because regular block. That's actually like a really big deal. Does Sanchez still play answer? I can't imagine he would play anybody else at this point. There's a Pat burst too early. Right here on jump S, she can link jump punch after it recovers. And so he option selects this every time with heavy right here. Right? And so he just kind of gets the throw. He actually might have just been able to do JH straight up there, maybe. And that's what option selected it. But he tends to do it a lot that other way. But either way, you always want to wait till Nsenga to get your burst out. Or the Oki, right? Like if right now it's kind of like it is in this context where KTP has 50 bars, so the Nsenga RC is a lot easier to pull off, then you can kind of wait around and save the bar for, or not the bar, the burst for Okazeme situations, I think. Gets clipped again. Yeah, he's definitely probably missing IBs, is my guess. Or he's not comfortable in this situation. One of the things I was gonna mention, by the way, that is interesting is you're not usually comfortable doing anything besides a safe jump here versus characters that have DPs. He even does it a little early because of Chipp's wake-up timing. But other characters, like, you definitely have more confidence just doing something like delayed air dash there. Where a character with the DP, you're like, well, if I don't safe jump it, basically everything loses to DP. If I commit. This clip low. This isn't enough to kill, but he's gonna just take as much chip as he can. Probably fine. DP? Oh, I'm surprised he didn't DP. That worked out. That worked out. I figured once he saw the jump S and the slowdown, he would take the guaranteed DP, right? Because he sees it right here. You can see her animating already, and so you just do immediate DP and get the counter hit. But Chipp super jump looks like it just cuts it, or it gets the job done just the same. I didn't think it would rise fast enough for that. But slowdown works wonders for the aggressor in this game. Again, like he's definitely been 0 for 3 at round starts versus what Chipp is picking, which is rough. Like this time he picks H Dolphin and somehow like Cade, like H teleport just gets around it. And he hasn't really given Pat a reason not to H teleport. So Pat is definitely probably feeling like relatively comfortable using it every now and then. Obviously it's not his whole game plan, but I think the idea is like he knows that he can kind of do it and it's probably not that bad. One of the things I was gonna say that's worth noting is anytime he's already animating, so it's even easier to like be like, oh well actually, but anytime I end up roughly this far between Chipp and myself and he like just landed off of a jump or DP or like a teleport, however he ends up in this spot right here, if he is actionable like right when he ends up there, it is the perfect alpha blade distance if you get clipped. If he does air alpha right here is gonna finish right where May is. And that's relevant because now he gets a combo if you get clipped by it. Right? But he is punishable if you just wait. This is the situation. I tend to look for this actually on purpose quite a bit. When I fight Chipp every now and then, like I'll tend to focus on running away, right? In the game of cat and mouse, you want to be the mouse a lot versus Chipp because you can't really win unless he gets close to you anyway. Him turning invisible is annoying, you know, if you give him too much respect, but I don't think it's the end of the world. I would still rather he chase me most of the time. But what's really important is anytime you end up kind of, or at least I think it's kind of important, is anytime you start ending up roughly this far from Chipp, there's the two things you have to consider is, like I said, if he's kind of like airborne state, alpha is free like pickings. It will convert if you just get hit, but also from where he is right here, he can just like H teleport right on top of you. And either of those is pretty chill if I just wait, right? Because if he does this air alpha and I block it, he dies. Chipp just dies. You get usually a pretty solid punish there. As long as your character doesn't, like, I guess Mei is a little bit of an exception because I don't know how. I guess you could maybe command grab it though if you're within range. So I'd imagine it's probably fast enough to get the punish because this is a pretty minus option even in the air version of it. But the other thing is, even if he teleports, right? Even if he does that H teleport, it's like you IB twice and then you just backdash whatever direction you're like looking to backdash in, right? So I'm usually okay just crouching at this distance. I tend to not want to ever move at that exact distance versus Chipp because of stuff like this, and then he can maybe get the pickup with close slash, right? Close slash, jump install, 2H, you can burst here, right? And that's like a situation where it's pretty likely. You can obviously tell yourself, like, maybe it's not worth it. I tend to not burst here until later in rounds if Chipp is playing around the Shinkido burst well, because he's not going to knock down on this hit. And I find that a lot of people probably also maybe don't burst because of that. But if you're ever just kind of in the mindset of I would just like to reset, this is a great thing to pay attention to is the H teleport. On 2H confirms. That's a big hit. Kind of awkward to burst, but he also didn't need to, right? Mid-screen and Sengas tend to do this, where if they're far from the corner, they don't pull her in as deep, especially if she didn't have momentum. If she's kind of not right on top of you and she's hitting with that spaced out far hit of Nsenga, she kind of launches you really far. So you don't really get anything super crazy. You're supposed to chase Chipp? I don't believe so. I kind of like to make Chipp think he has to chase me. I think chasing a character like Chipp is very difficult for most of the cast. He has 2 jumps after his first jump. He has teleports, and he has moves like Air Alpha for when you're chasing him. They're all very good at punishing people chasing. Catches delayed up back is my guess. I don't think Pat has a reason to hold up here, but I'll be real. Sometimes as a Guilty Gear player, like I would maybe do this sometimes. A lot of the times you just see really far Oki and you tell yourself, like, surely this isn't meaty. And so you just kind of like hold up on wake up. And so shit like this will catch you. It's easy to say in hindsight. But it really was more the fact that she didn't have any mix up there. There's no dolphin. She doesn't have 50 bar yet. So her 6k won't convert into anything. She kind of needs to strike throw you. And she probably doesn't like doing that much versus DPs, is my guess. And if you crouch here, this is a free punish. And a good one, too, because he's close to the wall. So he will be able to get an H teleport back to the mid-screen a lot of the times on the punish. He'll get like an air button, jump install it, teleport. JD at the high altitude, alpha them back mid-screen and get the knockdown. That knockdown seems kind of whatever, but I think the idea is that it's just free real estate at that point. You don't know if you follow him. You have to deal with Find Me. Find Me is whatever, though. Like, people forget Chipp is also playing while he's invisible. That's not exactly easy to do. He gets clipped. Where's Pat burst? This is very hard to burst. You can, I think you can burst that IAD like JK as it's happening, But sometimes it's worth execution testing the Mei and seeing if that's a real combo. Are you analyzing your matches or somebody else's? All other people's matches. None of these are my own. Knockdown. God damn. This is what happens when you get hit right before your first tier of guts even kicks in. It's also Chipp, obviously, but like, sheesh. Look at that shit. That shit did like 50 still. Oh, he was right before he got the first tier of guts, which wouldn't have realistically saved him that much, but that's still brutal. All right, dead. He's gonna space out. No, he overthinks it. I get why you would overthink it, but Chipp's health isn't that important. He dies anyway. If he's at 1 HP, that's basically like being at 60 HP. So letting him scramble out with resources and ways to still try to win the round is maybe not that great. Right. Again, it still seems pretty easy to close this one out, I think. Just any straight hit. Does she need clean hit and Senga for knockdown? No, not really. Any Nsenga hit will do it. There are like very, very wonky potential ones, but it should be fine. This is a terrifying danger time. I actually don't know what I would pick as either person. This is one of those where it's really easy to tell yourself, like, I just want a faultless defense, but they both also have 6k overhead cancels right here if you do crouch faultless, so we'll see what happens. Oh, he just matches 5k. I guess that makes sense. Because he already nullified. Actually, I guess, yeah, she's kind of in a bad spot, right? Because she's already committed to the airborne state. No, she's 5Hing. This is actually crazy. What did he pick? Why did he get hit? Oh, he dolphined out of it. Because he thought it was fast enough off the 5 frame. Canceling off of H. But that makes sense that Chipp 5k kind of shit on it. That's the throw. This is kind of spooky. Burst safe, burst safe, burst safe. Right there. Right before. It's not on the Nsenga. If you wait till Nsenga, it gets like kind of dicey when you burst. But you know when she's going to Nsenga. Because she has to do boom, jump cancel, button, Nsenga. Like, once you see this JH, you know she has to Nsenga, so you don't have to wait. And you kind of don't want to wait, because you move up when you burst. So you want her to rise up into you with the Nsenga in this moment, a lot of the times. I mentioned it because some people will try to burst Nsenga as it's hitting them, and sometimes it's a little dicey if she's a little lower, like how she was in this one. But if you burst right here, she rises into that burst off that move, and so it's really safe to get away with it there. It's kind of scary, but not too bad yet. Mostly because he had his burst still if he wanted it. Holding the corner pretty well. This is kind of like how I think a lot of people should consider fighting Mei. It's just like, if she starts to jump out, you can kind of back off and she can't get out of the corner still. I think the alpha was a little greedy, but holding the space was very solid. We're safe. Boom, boom, boom. But here's where DP is a factor, right? Gets the punish. Oh, but he fucks it up because the dolphin, see? But this is kind of what I mean by even in situations like this, you know, DPs are a blessing and a curse, right? Because when you're wrong, you just extra die. But the idea is like you have to block a mix-up as other characters, right? And your reward after the block is more blocking. So sometimes it's easier to just tell yourself, like, I have an option where it just says fuck you if you commit to a mix-up, right? And so she has to kind of wait around. Unfortunate misinput with the dolphin summon ruining the confirm though. Backdash is safe there. This is, I will always... Actually, Chipp might be the one exception. I was going to say, I think I would, in the moment, do Shinkido to get rid of the burst. But he hasn't, like, built enough resources yet. I think he's probably right. I think you just take the 2D and keep playing this situation as Chipp. Does his FDC a little too high up, so the air dash whiffs and he doesn't even get the mix-up. But now, same situation. DP RC is a factor, potentially. H teleport, but he gets the throw. Oh, no. See, this is a good example of me being wrong. Where a lot of the times when I see the green flash, if I'm trying to actually, like, not backdash or something, then I'll block. I block cross up until I see the flash, and then I try to block the other way, right? So I would have been like, oh, he flashed. Let me block, same side, but he crossed up. But I do it because there are situations like this on his knockdowns where some of his knockdowns are set up so that he can just do like immediate super jump and it's spaced already for the cross up, so he doesn't need to do anything fancy. And so when he flashes, it's because he needs to adjust it so that he can stay same side, right? Or these are the ones that are really ambiguous because if he keeps dashing with that kind of drift, like if he keeps drifting in the air like that, he will cross you up. Too far to mix off of it. So these ones are like true 50-50s. Chipp's health is mostly irrelevant, so we'll see how this goes. There's the dolphin again. I guess it looks like it auto-corrected weird, maybe, right? H teleports tend to be kind of wonky in the corner, I've seen in the past. Where, like, he's kind of like... He'll be, like, in front of you and then end up, like, behind you. And so the dolphin kind of goes the other way instead of going towards Chipp. So he gets screwed up in that situation. It's the same reason I don't 2H in the corner with Answer. It's not the same spacing. So it kind of, like, doesn't work, funny enough. Gamma? He missed the Gamma. Oh, that's criminal, though. This robbery was kind of crazy. It was definitely that misinput, but I do want to be that guy that says, like, having a DP creates situations like this. And so I do think there are many other factors in play here for, like, spots where he could have, like, I think here there's an argument that you just blitz and like still show that you're willing to do it. Even if you're wrong, by the way. Like I still would probably blitz here just to like get it out. This is a killing game, not a blocking game. No, it's a blocking game. What's FDC? Wait, what is called FDC something? What are you talking about? FDC is faultless defense canceling, if that's what you mean. It stands for canceling the startup of something on your character into faultless defense, basically. That might not be the full specifics of it, but shift fastfall, nobody calls it that. How much burst did he get back? Oh, he got like his whole burst back because he was at 1 health the whole time he made the comeback. Yeah, so these spots, I don't think you want to be like this far versus Chipp. I don't think it does anything for you as Mei uniquely, right? I think normally she thinks like it's okay to do this into a lot of the cast members because most cast members, once you're like this far, she gets free beach balls a lot of the times. Not always, but a lot of the times, like, this distance is, like, even if Chipp, for example, were to IAD and not do, like, jump S, he'd only go, like, probably this far, and then he would land, right? Most characters can't really punish Dolphin once you're, like, this far and she commits to it, right? Right as she sees the spacing. But obviously, Chipp teleports mean he can S or H teleport right on top of you, right? And so, this spacing kind of does, like, nothing for him, I think. I think he should at least be like a little bit closer, like here, and stop. And the reason being, like, if nothing really comes out of you being full screen, except maybe he does his find me and you can't punish it, and if you beach ball, he's just gonna teleport around it at some point, so you can't really make use of it. I would rather be like here, and the reason I would rather be here is I'm usually just gonna crouch, but at least now Mei IEDJS will be an option if he stays still, right? But otherwise, I find this is just gonna happen. Like, Mei's not gonna get Dolphin out because, or Beach Ball out, because the difference here is Chipp gets to go, okay, she can't reach me, I can do find me. But the issue is, it's not reasonable for Mei to go, let me do Beach Ball in case he does find me. One, the Beach Ball's not gonna do anything, really, because Chipp's too evasive for it. But two, if you Beach Ball and he teleports, that's a free hit for Chipp. So you always have to be reserved until Pat just gets free find me off of that spacing, right? I find that he should be like a little bit closer because IAD is such a potent option for her to represent versus him, and she kind of doesn't seem like she has many other great things to do to suddenly threaten him. So staying in that spacing more seems very strong to me. I don't think he needed to do this yet. There's a lot of pressure in this context, to be fair, but until I see, like, 2H, I'm not really bursting here because it's a low... This is always, like, low immediate value. He's gonna put me in the blender, sure, whatever, but I have 25 bar. That blender isn't that crazy, right? That blender gets checked by me pressing S plus H, like, every time in that spot. And so, in some ways, I think this is one of the few times while it's not a bad burst, I mean, it hits. If a burst hits the opponent, they tend to be at least okay, right? But it's more, the threat that was coming after that 2D is not really a thing, honestly. That he should at least wait until it seems like it's going to confirm into more damage, which would be off of, like, 2H. I think. Oh, that's huge. Yo, he got that? That's crazy. From downtown? Kind of insane. He did set run forward while holding down, or did he just raw ride the Dolphin? No, he just raw rides it. Okay. Snipes, Shuriken, gets any kind of like pace together knockdown. Good on Pat to try to burst like when it's getting kind of like towards the Oki. Dude, this H teleport is putting in like monumental work right now. It has like yet to get punished. There's that bait for Blitz. This is unfortunate because he hasn't really been representing it that much. But I will say, Pat is pretty keyed in on the fact that if somebody's defense is oriented around, in this context, right, like FTC mix, it's just like infinitely quieter now. Oh no, it's not. I think it's just my headphones. I think. Yeah, I'll just leave it. It's fine. Not like worried about it. This situation, I think a lot of people don't consider that you do have to represent throw option select every now and then, and not just backdash tap blitz, because this beats tap blitz and backdash on a lot of characters. Probably not Mei though, honestly, because her backdash is so good. But Pat feels relatively comfortable there, most likely, just because he hasn't seen any like fuzzy press or any throw option select at all out of KTP. And so that's just a pretty good call out on both, the way it times. Is teleport eating again. Like here, I would just crouch a little bit more as KTP. I would get into that range where my IAD suddenly is a threat, and then wait and see how Chipp responds. Because I can't imagine there's anything like else that's too great besides it. Oh, he does this confirm. He doesn't do the other one. I guess maybe the other one was dicey. Does Chipp mid-screen Oki lead to corner carry at all? Not really. Not like true mid-screen. He's got to be kind of close already, but not really. Because a lot of the times you can do this, RC, air dash back, alpha, and get that pickup off the air alpha. That's like my favorite Chipp combo that he has. But I think he just goes with something more stable, which is like let it wall bounce, 6H, alpha is guaranteed knockdown, jump up cling is RPS. That's a huge dead angle to get out of the way. That's a huge dead angle to get as a character with the DP. Because like I said, the value of how good shit like this is strongly determined by like how good her offense is going to be, dolphinless, like meterless. And in the face of Beta Blade, it's just like safe jump, button into like something, and then Chipp's probably going to get out. This seems like a real you have to play defensive matchup to me. Mei just needs that one counter hit. She kind of needs more than just that one counter hit, funny enough, in this specific matchup. A lot of the times I would be more inclined to agree, but she does actually need it in this one. Okay, it's my audio that's bugged. Sorry, I'm like moving some stuff around in OBS. I hate that it does that sometimes. I haven't like figured out why since I readjusted my sound settings. Let me see. Ah, there it is. Did I go to Slashback? No, it's not smart for me to spend money right now, so I didn't go to Slashback. This one is interesting. I find the youth is giving Elven trouble more these days because all of us keep running projectile OT characters. But anytime he runs into some good old fashioned high-low, no bullshit on wake up, like he tends to do a lot better. He tends to get rewarded more for playing like just raw fighting game interactions more. So this will be interesting. I'd imagine that he's pretty comfortable in this matchup on a lot of interactions. But the thing about daymendou is I think daymendou is very good at playing both. I would argue, to me, one of Day's like really good strengths as really more like a fighting game player than anything else is for this game specifically. This game can be really nerdy, and there are some people that are really hyper fixated, like myself, on really looking for easier like non-committal stuff that is still really high reward for a lot of openings. And so when you play reserved, daymendou is pretty good at playing reserved, right? Because flailing versus that kind of thing is not that great. But when he plays people like Elven, for example, who in my head is a lot more about just like making decisions based on what is like explicitly happening, right? Oh, I am having a hard time playing farther out, so I will play closer up. Like he makes those like general adjustments of like game state super fast. And he's good at playing with that mindset of just like, I should back off, I should be more aggressive, I should do insert thing. Less so like, oh, I instant block this move, let me always like jump out over whatever, right? But Day is very good at playing into that too. I think Day is very good at just like, we're gonna play big decisions, we'll play big decisions, right? And so we'll see how this goes. Not too bad. You just tech. Air scrambles, not a big deal. Lots of random hits, but not really anything super crazy so far in terms of stuff you're really worried about. To me, this is a matchup for Slayer where it's not that it's okay, but you expect to get clipped a lot into random stuff, into like taking a little bit of space, into like maybe just getting randomly clipped again. And so he's lost, 25-ish% of his health off basically nothing. But he also hasn't really ended up in a bad spot yet. These are the kinds of matchups I think where Slayer is just looking for the hit. This is a good example of like Slayer wants the hit. And so you play like that, right? Because one counter hit 6p will still balance out this damage differential right now. So Day will just gladly kind of play around that. 5k is a really good button for Faust in this matchup. Faust 2k is like a really easy lazy check from what I've seen on BDC options, in the sense that it's just like very safe whenever he does escape it, and really hard for him to like consistently BDC bite. It seems like it goes kind of far. Looking to just end really safely. Yeah, really aggressive round from Elven. daymendou will probably like consider that going into like future rounds. Tell himself like, okay, I just need to be like a little bit more aggressive because he's already swinging. He's already swinging a bunch. Big hit. He might burst this. No, he saves it. As for the FDC, probably baiting reversal gold burst is my guess. If he's doing like FDC and then not doing a mix at all, that'd be my guess. Bomb bag. I think you can just BDC out of that, but my guess is Day probably missed the input or timing on it. Kind of a wash so far. A lot of Elven just like pressing Faust buttons that are essentially unpunishable from Slayer. Big bite. 6H. Oh, that's like the one thing you shouldn't have done. This is what I mean by the hit though. And this is obviously like a really... This is very convenient that daymendou decided to do this exact comeback for me, analyzing this set. But this is what I mean when I say it kind of doesn't matter if you go blow for blow. Sorry, that's a bad way to put it. It kind of doesn't matter that you're getting clipped like a million times because you play for this situation as Slayer. You're like, okay, I got it. I got my hit. Deals a little bit more health because that's what Slayers do at low HP. It seems relatively safe. Right? At this point, he's in a great spot, right? That second bite specifically actually put him in a super awesome spot, because even if you block the 6H, Slayer has the win condition, right? At least a little bit. He has that 50 bar. So you can't just block 6H and then hold up or do whatever, right? Because he can always leverage sudden pile bunker, which he'll probably do immediately in this context, if I had to guess. Seems scary to not do it, but daymendou's pretty good about his spots when he does it. But now you just get hit for free, and now it's literally over. Right? That's the difference. He didn't have to spend the bar. But that is legitimately how Slayer plays matchups like this. You need to mostly be chilled out, and then look for random stray, like, dash in, right? These are the dashes that have been getting clipped randomly in different spots. But this time Day kind of is like, you know what? I'm just going to long dash. Seems like a good spacing to long dash. It's behind J2K. That's it. Player's about to do like 30% of your health on this shit. Boom. Save 2D. That's interesting that he picks this. I guess maybe he didn't have the time to do Gandhi step. For my vague understanding of Slayer, the altitude at which he's kind of getting the JD enders is going to influence like how good this Oki gets to be. But my guess is actually he probably can't. He probably would OTG Faust, is my guess, actually. I wonder if he just can't avoid OTGing Faust if he does P Dandy under pressure. That would be my guess for why you wouldn't want to do it. Because that could definitely happen right here if you're not careful. And it's not like space 2D is bad. Like, it's safe. Delay 5k. But again, Day is accepting of this. I wouldn't say he's okay, but he's accepting of the fact that this is kind of the nature of the matchup, right? You take a gamble, delay 5k, button is interrupting, and that's annoying. He gets a free item toss, but you just kind of move forward and take a guess, right? He's 6Ps, right? In case it's like item toss far slash or anything like that, he wants that big hit. Resets, eats the random hit, just kind of waits. That's kind of combo still. Ew. So much untech time. Oh, doesn't take the blitz back. It's pretty big. Takes the reset immediately. RC? No RC. I mean, you don't have to RC here. But the idea to me is like he could. I'm also kind of a big fan of this, actually. I kind of like that he didn't take his knockdown. Right, he gets a hit and he could have knocked down. Maybe he even misses it. Like, maybe he meant to 2k instead of 5k, but he kind of like willingly hits and then just like tries to get close. Because I do find that the tides of this like match up change a bit once Slayer is like here with Faust. Because even if you end up directly underneath him, it's not too bad. Because now Slayer can represent things like committing to the air throw, 2S, which are probably like the two biggest ones. Maybe 6P, but I doubt it. It's mostly just those two options. And those are pretty high reward. 5P maybe could work, but I think I'd sooner 2S as Slayer. Only because Faust air buttons are so good that you might want like the full commit. 4H, die for your sins. This one's interesting because you can RC here, but it's definitely, it could go either way, right? In many ways, it is also okay to just get rid of the one resource that's like super annoying and then not worry about it. Because the thing is even if he RCs there, actually he probably could have killed, but let's say he doesn't, you still get dead angled on the next interaction anyway, so it gets a little awkward. The 50 bar will always be a factor. Bunker? Bro, yeah. Day is really good about just doing that. He kind of like sets up blatant frame advantage where the defender is probably gonna wait, honestly. Like, Elven's the type of guy where he sees this and he's like, I'm gonna block and then faultless. Or not faultless, dead angle. He's like really big on that because he realizes how strong Faust dead angle is in terms of the frame advantage that it's gonna yield, right? It's enough for him to run up and do his basic like 2k or FTC stuff, which is like very strong, just at a base level. And so this is a good adjustment to just do the throw. That round steal was crazy important. This whole set is probably very different if they doesn't get one game. I think it's way more important for Slayer to get that game out of the way than Faust. Because Faust is the character that tends to be more consistent, right? Slayer's the guy who needs to kind of figure out how the hell he's getting that hit. Just block it out. Late 6B. There it is, right? Well timing on the dash. Or just really good timing on the dash. And the idea is super obvious, to me at least, where whenever stuff like this happens, well, that's really good awareness. I wonder if that might actually be very specific on his part. That might not jail into anything that's not like 2D is my guess. Because he kind of sees that it's like 2P that he blocks, and then he dashes forward. My guess is he knows something about like this interaction specifically, but maybe not. Maybe he just knows that this button tends to have a gap after it. But more importantly, you just move forward as Slayer. Even if this clips you, this 2H, if he's not close enough for Pogo, which I guess he would be in this context, but if you ever get clipped really early and you're not in the range of Pogo, Faust can't knock down. It's not counter hit. You're not counter hit state when you're moving, right? And then you get this opening, and so sweet. First obstacle out of the way as Slayer. Now there's no more bursts on the table. Now we just kind of like gamble. Okay. Oh, too early. Yes. Faust, is that face down, really? Is that raw 6P counter hit on the like wall bounce? He gets face down knockdown on that? Interesting. So the wall bounce always goes face down. Faust has a notably like slower face down timing. I think it's like compared to the like average-ish of the game. I think it's like 26 or 27. So it makes sense to me that he was a little early on that. Good block. Yeah, Day's not really in a rush. Just eat some straight damage. Get close enough. What an air throw. Oh, that's rough. I'm not a big fan. I think I've talked about it before. I'm not a really big fan of doing standing blitz too much versus overhead potential. For sure, Slayer to me is a character you never crouch blitz. Really, unless you're insanely confident, I guess, that he's gonna go low. But in terms of the risk reward, it's an awful option to commit to because you'd always rather just eat the low anyway. Because the counter hit doesn't really change the situation. But obviously, if he under pressures you, it's a free counter hit, and so you explode. But more importantly, I think it's usually worth just representing the backdash a couple times first. I think because Slayer doesn't kill you off clipping your backdash. He still gets to hold momentum in that situation. He gets a little bit more bar. His tension pulse is moving a little bit more like in his favor. And he's gonna put you in the exact same situation again, so it's not like he minds, but the idea is that if he commits to the low and you backdash, then you get out, right? And so until they start doing things like whiff under pressure off the dandy and to cross up close slash, like backdash is like just pretty solid value, I think. Backdash or like maybe even like a fuzzy like jump is okay, but for the most part I play around what is the slowest way that Slayer kills me here. But I'd usually sooner backdash and eat the overhead, hoping that they go low than like tap blitzing it. Or if I think he's gonna overhead, then you might just get more mileage out of instant blocking it and being even, honestly. I'm not a big fan of like that gamble in that situation. Ooh, good recognition. Wow, that still combos even like that really close range, right? It looks really wonky. But they sees the 6H hit. I guess it hit kind of meaty, so he recognizes the spacing. That was some like you gotta play a character for a while to have the confidence to be like, oh, pile bunker, just like P pile bunker has it in the bag there. Tech back. No tech's into him. Oh, that's cute, actually. Maybe he saw the item that was tossed, actually. I'm usually a big fan of teching back in those situations just because it's so hard to punish. Which is why I was curious that he did it forward. I wonder if he saw the bomb and decided to go through. It's also worth just doing it so that you don't end up in the corner. But with characters that have really good anti-airs, I tend to be hesitant about that kind of thing. Again, Slayer doesn't really mind this too much. In fact, this is kind of like the downside that he's used to with a lot of other characters, which is you go for like Mappa trying to set up a situation where you want to gamble, and then they hold up and they end up right above you, and so they can kind of threaten. He picks the safe option, holding up to see if he can get an air throw on bomb bag or like block the bomb bag and hit Faust. He ends up blocking. Again, not the end of the world though, right? If anything, I would say it's kind of rough on Elven to commit to a string that wouldn't knock down again. But I could see why you like in the moment you don't think about it too much. It's not like items are bad. It's just kind of the repeat of before, it feels like, where Day gets hit for like 10 damage and goes, okay, and then just resets. Right? He's not really phased. Obviously that damage adds up, and that's how Elven essentially was like winning that first round so dominantly, but I think Slayer can't do anything about that actively anyway. So he might as well embrace that life and just be a little bit slower on his decision making. Wow, what a dash. Where did Elven pick? He didn't tech off that? I think he can tech off that bomb bag. I wonder why he didn't tech. Maybe not though. But maybe not. What's up? Spaces the JH out. That's just really crazy timing. That was pretty unfortunate actually. The Day time to sneak like right under bomb bag here, I think. Because he does land, and then right before bomb bag connects, which would have been fine on a lot of the rest of the cast, he like sneaks under and gets the free air throw. But the bomb kind of saves him. Oh, he tried it. He probably tried something. So, for anybody that doesn't know, this isn't a true block string almost ever. When Fausts do their usual pressure extension, because he doesn't have other great options. Is anything like that button, Roman cancel, pogo, hit, Roman cancel, run up, or usually they just have gaps on them almost always. Day probably wanted his BDC input. Probably just missed the timing is my guess. No, he takes a bad burst. Oh, I can't believe he did item toss. I'm so surprised that Elven didn't just take the... He gave him a lot of credit, I think. I'm surprised Elven didn't just do like 2k here, or 5k even. Like any anti-air button. But I think he just expected daymendou to be scared of the existence of 80 different anti-airs. So he took the item toss. Or maybe he messed 6p up on the input. Okay. Oh, he tried a BDC bite. He missed the timing. But again, Slayer isn't too worried about this. It's really like how bad are the item pulls going to get. You don't have to RC this. Bomb, maybe? Oh, wow, he dodged it. 2D? Triple dash. Good throw. Good throw to make the adjustment. That's how he's been sneaking in. Wow, what a round start. And by that, I mean, like, these are awfully specific responses. I wouldn't think that round start dandy is a thing that you would want to do as Slayer much versus Faust. But I guess he doesn't really press things like far slash much at round start. It's interesting. I would think that you wouldn't, but it probably times around, like, round start 2p and things like that. And then he picks 2D, which is very interesting. I wonder what 2D is for, really. Good awareness to 6p through the most likely button to get mashed. Right, so it's like this kind of it's probably like slightly minus here, but not punishable. Because I know when it hits kind of further spaced out on crouch, it's plus. So probably like slightly minus. Right, delay 6p, he gets the knockdown. Tries to hit that like fancy link on it. No dice. This is pretty huge though, that sudden gold burst hits, because he kind of like didn't need to burst this anyway, but he'll like panic and he like tech bursts and it works out. Run up 2k? No, 6h. That was nice at jails. I don't know if he should have spent that, but I mean, I think he's just playing with house money. He probably sees Momo-kun in his like, it's time. I just need to make like a ton of. This is kind of what I mean though, is that this is to me like difference in player style. Like I don't like playing like this, but I think Elven is good at playing like this. I think this is how he makes his adjustments. Like he doesn't overthink it. He's just like, you know what, like more offense. Let me just do like more offense. If I get a hit, like my Oki is pretty safe. Like it's on day to like get around the execution tests of it, right? And the homie is insurance there, I think. Right, the corner positioning is really strong. Like this decision has worked out for him. It's just interesting because I never spend resources like that as like any character. I always value how much I can get out of it, because you could just item toss there on reaction and get like a similar thing in my head. But he's just like super into like, let me like get as much as it. It's a lot more aggressive than other Fausts would be, I think, generally. But he gets to hold the corner off of it, right? The idea is it's hard to play around a bunch of annoying pokes when they all poke you back into the corner and you have no space to work with. Really good dash out. Oh, that hits Faust still. Word. Lay 4H hits? I guess it's fine. In my head, it's still kind of nuts that he was down to throw, but a good old-fashioned back throw in the corner, you never know. Looked like they tried to maybe play around it. The back dash was probably more what he was maybe worried about if he did JS. I know IDJS tends to be like a pretty decent, like, it covers like tablets, it covers like backdash, it covers some throw S's. Like it's okay. The second one, the Tech JS, is crazy that it just works out. Reset. This doesn't kill, I think, because of the scaling on the RC. Yeah. Surprised he took the bite, but it all worked out. Yeah. Good stuff to him. But these are definitely like touch and go moments. The set could be really different, like a handful of interactions go the other player's way, and it's super different. Because he gets this, and I'm so surprised that he took the RC. Because as soon as he did it, I'm like, I don't think he kills there. But he does force a ton of damage, so I get it. Like even though this won't kill, like he's basically gonna make any random hit kill at that point, which is, there's a ton of value in that. And then this is obviously just like kind of hard to time your reversal around. It also doesn't care about taplets necessarily. In other words, like if you do this and you do it correctly, from my understanding, you get that sort of like pseudo projectile YRC style Oki out of Slayer, where I think if you blitz here, it doesn't give the reject. It just, like, he invols through it a lot of the times, I want to say. And so it doesn't reject them, and he gets to see that you blitz, and he can even pick an option around it. Which I would imagine Day would pick, like, 6k. It seems like a really good option to lock into. Maybe not versus, like, Boss 4H in the moment, but across the board, it tends to be really good in that context, I think. But for what it's worth, the reason I mention it is that taplets, if he was, like, going for that, and that's why he got hit here, wouldn't have like necessarily saved him, and like super definitely didn't save him. But he would have had another opportunity to interact with Day, which is huge in a matchup like that. This one's interesting to me. I find that this is probably one where they just have a lot of specific interactions that they vaguely remember versus one another. Where I think it does more good for GC Yoshi when he runs into people like Fu than like KTP, for example, because he doesn't really like play against a lot of the newer people. And he reminds me more of like like how Elven plays a bit, where it feels a lot like it's oriented around like just general decision making, you know? For as nerdy as the game gets, like you can play without it, and that's fine. And I think him understanding like what the player tends to pick is also pretty huge. Wait, I missed out. Round start. Runaways, my guess. There's also like a pretty controllable matchup, is my guess for him, so he probably doesn't mind it too much. Zoning out. I like that he kills the replay. I think a lot of people sleep on that as an option here, where you do this and then you do another one to help like kill the replay. Ends the hit, pulls in. I just step back. Oh, he mashed. Word. I would just do it again. I wonder. I guess he's playing around bursts for a couple hits, so in that sense, it's worth it. His Tension Pulse is good too. Yeah, actually, that's a good decision. Actually, that's such a smart decision to make. Actually, in the moment, in my head, I thought, why not just take like the meter list like small confirm, but it's kind of hard to punish this the way that he did it. Like it was actually it was just really good on his part. Takes the trade in the super, so can't burst until here. Everybody knows once you see this button, it's kind of dicey to burst her, so nobody does. Right, so he gets pretty much essentially like 30% guaranteed of damage, right? Your burst is going to feel worse to use the more the round is just looking like this in general, right? And because it was a super, like he still kind of builds towards 50 anyway. It's going to be block, a mix into block button into low or 5H again, usually a lot of the times. And then a lot of the times, Jason's just kind of looking for this interaction. He basically wants, from what I've seen, he kind of just wants... In a lot of matchups like this, where you can basically treat her like a grappler, she has really bad movement options. He just kind of, like, prioritizes getting out P-Toss because it covers, like, a really obnoxious angle for slower people. It's a really obnoxious angle to cover, and the idea is that if you play really passive, then he tends to, like, summon the replay, go off the replay, and then just be aggressive off of it. If you like to try to, like, counter whatever he's doing at full screen, like with the P-summon, to get your own full screen thing, then he goes for this, right? He goes for the Seismo. Is what I call them, the 3H button. And if it counter hits you, then it pops up and Bedman gets a combo anyway a lot of the times. But he does have, I know like people will say it quite a bit, but he does have like a really Marvel-esque approach to playing Bedman, where he essentially refuses to try to play Bedman without the P summon, which is like reasonable in a lot of matchups. It's not like you get much more out of being like aggressive before you get it set up, but it'll probably be a lot of that. It'll probably be a lot of this, just like air summon, or not, like air fireball, into either like recall it or not recall it, play the replay, move in behind it for sudden offense with like high lows or throws, or like counter zoning type stuff where he like goes for this and then replays and then still does it kind of anyway. That's good if you're GC Yoshi. I almost wonder if Fu would get more mileage out of just waiting. Because Bedman's a kind of an easy character, in my opinion, to like RPS and like wait out. Chipp, if you're not getting hit, like is really negligible. It doesn't really do much. It barely ticks away at your health bar. And nothing Bedman does is yeah, sorry, somebody's texting me. And none of these are, like, they usually don't jail, right? Like, he would have probably got that anyway, but he gets it off the RC block. Nice catch. Again, I'm actually surprised that why didn't he get interrupted off of the burst, right? He does a late one, which is a little spooky, but it works out. He does, oh, I guess just full commit run beats super jump ball toss if he goes that high up is what it is. Catches with the delayed anti-air. This is kind of far, yeah, so you probably don't get a mix-up. Nice interrupt. I almost feel like Fu is playing more aggressive than he needs to, but I think in his head he just realizes that he is the grappler versus the zoner right now, and so he's just committing to it a bit more. Right, like you see a lot of just preemptive run-ups where he commits to him or other situations like that. I'm surprised he didn't 2D that, but he probably didn't believe in the punish. This is not... I mean, it's pretty bad, actually. This game is really punishing if you don't have like certain instant blocks on deck. Because of stuff like this, I think, where DC Yoshi will be fine if he builds that distance and kind of stabilizes, but the issue is like everything is kind of just moving at him, and then these are options where like a lot of it is being disadvantageous on block. If you IB them, otherwise it's a lot of shit like this basically. Decides not to take the tech interaction either. Oh, I think he messed up. Didn't really matter though. Has the first Hemi Jack happened already? No, but I guess I'll get to it whenever it does happen. Pitch again, why not? Rest of the match. That's a huge gold burst to get. If he had just committed to his combo and taken the blue burst, this would have been like so much momentum to just get for no reason. Kind of nuts that he mashed too, honestly. Like usually, Heian to me is a character like you can just block. Oh, there's the first one, I guess. I guess we just have fun. I won't actually bother to try to justify Hemi Jack. I'm gonna be real. Avery, please don't. I refuse to believe there's ever a world where this is better than doing anything else with Bedman with the 50 bar. Like, actually. I'm sure maybe they could try to convince me even in a matchup like this it's worth it because she's so slow and now you don't have to worry about air trajectories as much in theory, but it just seems really bad. Like, it's just a hard to use super. It's mixed right away. But I'm sure he was just vibing is my guess. It's not like you get directly punished. It doesn't hurt your tension pulse, I guess. And hit it back like 10 times. I mean, the thing is, I don't remember exactly how it works. It has like intervals where it like homes in on you and then like does the thingy. And so like, you can kind of jump in between and do stuff, I want to say. Right? Because like, you can see it's not proccing even though you got hit. But I think Fu just knows, even if Hemi Jack stuns you, it prorates the fuck out of the next confirm. So even when you get hit by Hemi Jack, it's not that big a deal. But I do tend to just hold down back. I'm just like, whatever, like, it's fine. I want him to like earn the hit and then Hemi Jack stuns me. I don't want to just like randomly get clipped and Hemi Jack does it. Confirm. Messes his blitz is my guess. Oh, that was a deep ass hit. That was a deep hit. You could tell he was doing a different route because of how late. That's crazy that still picks up. He does boom. Deep hit. Like, you can't even see Bedman. I can't believe that didn't OTG, which means he gets to do run up 5H1 into knockdown, into unblockable, maybe? No, just like some weird shenanigans. But he's meter, like, he's tension positive, so he doesn't really care that much, I think, right now. Hemi Jack again, sure. Just wait him out. Yeah. If you hit Hemi Jack, I believe it's 3 times. It might be more, but I believe it's 3 times. He just dies. Sure. Oh, the gold burst is pretty great. What did he do? He did Hemi Jack immediate gold burst on the run up. Funny. Yeah. So see, like, I don't know exactly how Hemi Jack works. I don't know if it's like proximity based. I don't know if it's timer based, but it's like, the idea is essentially you're just kind of like, you can hit it and kill it, but I don't find it's worth it because randomly, like, if you fuck up and it like ends up like here and you get hit close to it or something, then you get the stun. But even this won't kill. It's not gonna kill Koom, and Koom actually doesn't have a great like defensive stat on her, which is really funny. Bed slam is free. Bed slam is free again. That's a funny trade. Does Bedman get a guaranteed IK if he's right next to you? Jason just ran up for a stun combo. I mean, not if they mash out, you know? Like, if they mash out, you're not gonna get it. If you're next to them and you have 50 bar, yeah. I mean, yeah, you would. But technically, I don't think you can ever, like, red IK somebody on the stun if they're just, like, cracked out on the sticks. I've seen Marlon mash out of a lot of, like, not a lot, but I've seen him mash out of red IKs before. So I would assume it's the same. It's just hard to do. They really like fucking mash your controller out. Because it's worth noting, like, the game doesn't freeze. If you don't have 50 bar, the game doesn't freeze during IK startup. And that's kind of why it, like, doesn't work. Right? Because the whole time you're in startup, they're just kind of mashing. Plus the startup of however fast your IK is. Though Bedman's isn't that slow. FH. Gonna put him back in the middle of the screen instead of 5D. But this is good for how she works. She would rather do this a lot of the time. Again, a lot of this is... And you know what's funny is I can see why he had that, like... That set he lost to Joy. Mostly because Fu's been relatively respectful on all these situations. None of these are punishable. He can do, like, up back and he can do backdash. Both of which are things that Joy most likely did in that context. But he's been pretty respectful. He just blocks, right? Because GC Yoshi hasn't, like, really... I wouldn't want to say, like, earned, but if you're regular blocking blue kick, you're not punishing it at that distance ever as anybody. And so it's easy for her to just force the whiff and then do something else, but he seems pretty content just, like, staying close and blocking. But he has been getting a lot more mileage, I think, out of just regular blocking blue kick than he probably should. Kills the replay. It's worth doing, right? It just slows... I think if I had to guess, I think a lot of Fu's mentality is I want to just kind of do a bunch of random bullshit. The summons, right? These summons, like the ones he's sniping, are what enable a character like Bedman. Not really that one, to be fair, because that one was the Beyblade. The Beyblade's not really doing much up there, honestly. But things like the projectile are what help Bedman occasionally set up tri-dash approaches at you from like a mid-ish screen range. And the idea is as long as you're kind of like focusing on not going too ham, you're kind of probably just hitting it, getting a little bit of bar like each time you're moving around, and then waiting to see if you can just win off of it. And it's not like Bedman is really going to outpace you doing that. Another one, sure. I can't believe that was in range to throw. Yeah. He was probably in the mood for shits and giggles, is my guess. It was interesting. Will sent me, so Zwei sent me a set that he had played against Cade, and one of the things I remember seeing that kind of stood out to me, like kind of notably, was he's not that great at just waiting and instant blocking Leo 236H. And my guess is it's probably like the classic like Johnny playerism, where like his backdash is so good, a little bit of frame advantage isn't as big a deal as it is for other people, is my guess. And so he probably hasn't really like felt that it's been like a real big pain in the ass. But the reason I mention it is he's not really good at just passively waiting and punishing it. You think when GC Yoshi actually landed the one stun lazy was like, please just IK him, he's on pad? That's real. He should have, honestly. I don't think a pad player is mashing out of that. That's real, on God. He should have. But I'll show it before it comes up so that we can like see the interaction, because let's see. Wait, why is my eggs not popping up? Dude, I hate eggs. Alright, I guess I'll reopen it while I talk about it. So Leo's oh my god, do I actually have to like task manager and just axe it? Probably. Yep. Sure. Leo 236H I think is, and I'll talk about the neutral in general. I think there's kind of a range a lot of characters can hang out versus Leo, where it's good at being a little obnoxious for him to deal with it. Like, it's not easy for him to sneak around it, and it's not necessarily close enough for him to get the big projectile, which is what he probably wants a lot of the times in a lot of different matchups. And so usually what I recommend is there's kind of this range where, let me redo the... So the game feels like a smidge loud. bit. I mentioned this because it's a little bit more like generally applicable. Yeah, I also think he should have just IK'd him. If he was gonna do like 8 sheeps, he should have just embraced it, right? Instead of like still trying to. I mean, you could argue that it let him fuck around longer though, because he didn't attempt to go for an IK that could have missed. He got to do more sheep supers because he extended the round. So there's kind of a range, and it made sense to me that like why he doesn't feel comfortable versus his character in neutral is because him and probably other Johnnies are really used to like this range. They like hanging out in this range where they like, oh hey, like you move forward, like this clips you, and it's like kind of low commit. But the issue is that Leo has this option, and so if you're holding this, if you're like just holding this shit, and you go into it right here, you always die. And that's true for a lot of people that try to hoe out Leo in the mid-range. If your game plan is centralized on being like this distance from Leo, because you're like, well, it's easy to stuff run up, like because he can't run up this distance, right? Like he has to press like a poke like far slash maybe. And even this is like really long to come out and kind of dicey. Then Leo's jump arc starts to give you issues because he goes perfectly over your pokes, and the taller you are, the easier it is to just stick this shit out right away, right? Because you're gonna have to deal with it anyway. But I noticed that he tends to hang out like too close, so we'll see how much that like ends up coming up. But more importantly, whenever you don't want anything to happen versus Leo, as a lot of the characters, you can just be like this far, and so now this is like way easier to anti-air, right? It depends on your anti-air like ability as your character, but if I'm holding a space further out like this, right, which is fine. Obviously these don't reach, but they do if you move forward, so it's not like you can't do this. It's just that you're farther out, so that if he ever does this, you can generally like coin would be the easiest thing to do, but there's like a handful of things, right? The idea is you're really far, so it's like you can kind of just crouch, and even this trade is good for Johnny, right? And Johnny is probably one of the worst examples because he is tall, so like it is gonna hit him really early, right? And so Leos will generally start to rotate into something like this in that range. A lot of the times if they don't want to like force more than just this, right? Wait, whoops. Trying to do it like this. I guess I can just do it like this. It doesn't really matter. Right? But if you're like this far, you play for this interaction, in my opinion, right? A lot of people kind of freeze up, I think, because if you stay closer to Leo, like in this range, you can throw this. But I'm not a big fan of it because no Leo is doing that here anyway. But once you go to this further reactionary distance, you like can't. You always block it before because it reaches the end range. And this is plus on regular block. I think it's like a notable amount, +2, I want to say. I want to say it's like +3, which is like, that's not bad, man. Like +3 in this range is like not bad. Again, I think it probably is just one of those things where like Johnny gets to do backdash 5k. And so they probably don't think about it much. But I find that it's pretty easy to just hang in this range. And if you hit this instant block, he's -1. So you usually get to press like a button and then a whiff cancel button after it. And Leo doesn't have great ways of playing around that unless he just does like immediate jump there, and that's a lot worse than like the spaced out one, etc, etc. And you don't have to do anything. You could just wait, and then once he runs, because at this distance he actually can't reach you with his pokes, right? From here, like everything is essentially reactable. The only thing he can do is this, really, honestly. No Leo is particularly comfortable doing this unless they want to spend the bar on it, right? Unless they do this. And I'm usually okay with that. A lot of the times at that point, I will like just go up and around Leo and make it as hard to air throw me as possible. And he just goes like net negative there, basically. He spends 25 bar. The game doesn't actually even consider this me running away from them if I go like through them and above them like that. And if they're ever doing just regular booms, I'm like, this is cool. Like, the tension pulse is probably worth the chip, honestly. This thing doesn't really apply like notable amounts of chip, I want to say. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Right, same distance, but it's like I usually just chill here and like even if I regular block this, right? It does that much chip. But at this distance, you're kind of like, okay, I'll just take my 2 instant blocks and walk back in. And Leo doesn't have a consistent way of dealing with this, right? Kind of has to do randomly different stuff. And I don't really care if Leo does this because he couldn't reach me really to begin with anyway. Like, his offense will kind of suck at this distance. If you ever want to wall Leo out as a lot of characters, I think this is like the distance to do it. You don't have to be here forever, but the point is that at this distance, his options are a lot more reactable and limited. Right? And so I do tend to look for that a lot. With any character I play. It's like pretty easy to, especially if you have like a good anti-air and things like that, then that distance gets even better. Right? But we'll see how much it comes up because I want to say I remember he just kind of like regular blocks them a lot. And that's worse. I mean, Leo's the one that dictates the pace there now because you kind of have to deal with the frame advantage, even if your IK or your backdash is godlike. We'll see. It's it. Oh, that was kind of a crazy mash. She mashed there? That's terrifying. Johnny's usually plus there anyway, honestly. I was unlucky to get clipped there. I also noticed this before. I wonder how much he'll do it. I don't really get why Johnny players throw a coin and then dash forward versus characters that have like a DP. Because it doesn't really do anything that you wouldn't have basically just done. I guess it means that you don't get thrown as easily because the coin will meaty and then you dash up, but I think at that point you would just press like 2H or something instead. I think it's, to me, it's like if you're gonna get flash kicked, you're gonna get flash kicked anyway if you're doing coin dash. So I don't see like too much value in it. I think you'd be better off just raw dashing. It's not like the coin stops the flash kick. I would exit stance here. I don't think it's worth doing this. You don't really get anything out of this as Leo, and I think your air approaches are more valuable. Again, a little too close, but looks like he's like just far enough to get it. But this is still like kind of dicey. He's like in that range where like Leo jump kick should... Oh, he backdashes, that's why it works. Damn, he actually got to do backdash 6p, huh? And it still worked. And / links on regular hit. What a character. Nice block. Oh, I can't believe he didn't get flash kick. Yeah, like this. This makes more sense. That actually checks a flash kick. And you're just like chilling your space out. I think he's not leveled though, right? Well, he is now. So this one's interesting to me because if Leo can get the initial momentum, it doesn't seem that bad to me. That's a good super. Kind of unnecessary is the way I would put it. He has a ton of health, and I think you'd be better off doing like here. I would sooner just block it out and wait for something else, even though this can be like most special cancels. It's really just like an HP thing. Like you don't have to take a gamble like that yet, and you don't get that bar back if you're wrong. That's kind of like how you lose rounds potentially. We'll see how it goes. I think from what I've seen, it seems like if Leo can get the initial hits before Johnny builds any sort of like resources, it's not too bad. But when Johnny does kind of have that ability to get his like levels, maybe like 25 or 50 bar, then it's hard for Leo because Johnny's just gonna wait around until he gets any random space thing out, and then he's gonna have offense to apply for free. It's a really good double jump. Yeah, so he's actually doing it more. He's like hanging out in that distance more. I'm surprised. There it is. So this interaction happens a lot. He gets clipped or he regular blocks it. And so second hit Rekka just like finds its mark. I guess it was a weird hit though, because it was regular hit and it didn't counter hit. Was that what it was? Because there's no counter hit state on Finery? Yeah. I wonder if she should have done dash 5p. I wonder if it still would have like good. Keeping the levels really good there still. Not gonna get the corner off this, which is kind of like unfortunate, and gets bursted in like a really bad spot. No, why does everybody do this versus Johnny, man? The fact that he can do this is why I'm usually like, oh, just let him do his mix-up, man. Because if he doesn't do his mix-up and he just takes a safe me, like, you just die because he's gonna... Oh, I guess he did in 5k. But you just 5k and, like, everybody explodes. And you lose all your bars, so it's like, now you really can't gamble. Now you can't even, like, tap blitz or do anything else helpful versus Johnny. He did it again. Did coin dash. I got thrown by that, I'm not gonna lie. It's, like, such a bad option, I, like, forget about it. Super? Oh, dude. That is like such a scissors interaction, dog. That sucks. Hey, what's up, Kyrie? YRC Strike Invul made you negative in this situation, and you had to block. Oh, it sucks. God, that's unlucky. Level 1 is good, though. Like, in theory. Like, you can maybe try to make a comeback now, but it's gonna be so hard to avoid the chip forever. Oh, Johnny's big enough that hits? That's sick. Oh, what a confirm. This kills. He, like, overthought it, I think, defensively. He had a lot of spots where, like, again, he could just kind of wait for this option. He's, like, being too preemptive. It's the Johnny factor, I think, of having, like, a fucking godlike backdash. Because to me, I think, like, if you whiff this button and you just wait here, and this is her response, yeah, this dodges, but you can just make her minus here, right? And so, like, the consistency of that isn't, like, there, it seems like. Also, tech button, like, tech back is kind of free there, I think. I think you just tech back and then force her to do 236H again. Because either way, she's gonna do it, right? So you want to at least, like, play for it, I think. He's, like, too hyper-fixated on the chip. You can get the chip off just a good IB here or there, like, forcing your turn. But you can see she even did 236H for the tech back. But it still wouldn't have punished, potentially. Like, you just tech back, and honestly, maybe Johnny sticks out JK and it trades or wins. And you only need a trade right now, so it's, like, not a big deal. Same with 5K here, where I would wait for, like, a more obvious spot to take it. Really good intuition on her part to just do walk-up counter. That's kind of nuts, actually. But honestly, I think he gets, like, a good chunk of his burst back off that getting prolonged, so not the worst if you're lying. It's a round start. Backdash. See, so, like, this interaction, honestly, I think she could play it. Not better, but I think the idea is I think she's given him, like, the benefit of the doubt too much. Because this has happened, like, twice now, where 236H just gets the hit on Misfinder stance, and then he, like, autopilot backdashes. And then she, like, gets clipped by it. And then every situation after is, like, not too bad. Right, so here's a good example. Although this one was weird. I wouldn't have been able to tell what side I was on, honestly. It's kind of hard to tell what side you end up on. Right here. I would have thought this would have crossed up with Leo, but it was same side, so she was technically minus. Level. Now it's a lot more comfy for Johnny. Now you can kind of just stick shit out and the reward is there. Because everything that you make contact with is just free block strings. You're gonna do like 60% of your health. More actually. Casual 70. YRC again, maybe? This is a really good life-saving flash kick. I think she's been maybe like a little bit passive too in some of these strings. This is a good example of, I'm not really sure, well, I guess I kind of get it. You want to keep the charge for flash kick, but I feel like just letting Johnny always be maximum plus seems so bad. At least like a little bit of like IBing and frame advantage could help. She probably missed Espu Marcy maybe is my guess, in case he did coin or did faultless cancel there off the far slash. She just dies with 6 H's, one of the better starters. This is kind of why I mentioned that thing to Fiery too, where it's not the best answer, and it's probably maybe even worse for Leo potentially because he doesn't have a cross-up button. But when Johnnies are just dash happy, whenever they seem to be dashing or throwing coins, I kind of just like instant block the button right before and then hold up and block. Or hold up forward and block. And the idea being like I want to get crossed up at worst, even if I block more, so that I'm in the middle of the screen. Needy 2S? No, respects the super. This is tough, because you have to play around burst, right? He did it a little early, but she was going to have to deal with it no matter what, for sure. Is this better? Oh no, she didn't know what to go for. She's overthinking it. Not even far slash mode. What a flash kick. Blitz, maybe? Backdash? No. Ooh. It's easier said than done, but I think it has been a lot of they've had a lot of interactions where he is sort of getting like that 5k, or sorry, that like backdash option after value like a lot versus her. But that's like the life you live, right? But she keeps getting this hit, and it's been pretty good, honestly, for the most part. No IBs is rough there for Zwei. But it seems like just faultless defense push out into 5k has been putting in like Herculean work so far. Oh, I think you burst that, honestly. It's always scary, always, I think, to burst Johnny, and that's never really like gonna change. But I think when he does this route and you know he has to like double jump into it, like I would take the burst there probably. That's a good call out. That's a good call out on the 5H. A little autopilot-y on her part to recover and then like do the 5H. I also just don't really think like being in the stance helps that much versus Johnny. I guess it kind of makes YYRC more awkward to use, but then the idea is in a way you're just kind of RPSing because it means he can empty transport, and if you counter he gets a free throw. I'm not a big fan of it. I think Leo's ability to leave the floor is maybe like the one thing to me that seems good that he has versus Johnny, because he has a pretty good jump in game. Obviously his like Johnny's anti-airs are great, but I think it's still solid. Here you can actually, I think it's worth RPSing. It's still really hard to hit the defensive timing, but once you see him do this and he backdashes and you see him transport, you kind of want to fish for this reversal blitz here because it's going to be really solid if you get it, but you never really want to block, and you definitely never want a dead angle, I think. I could be wrong, but I want to say Bacchus isn't close to killing anyway if he unblockables you and does the combo, or he starts the combo off of it. And he only has one coin, so it's like this is one of those where it's not like you're in a great spot, far from it. You're obviously in a bad spot, but to me the idea is once you see him transport, like he is leveraging that 25, so I'm probably fishing for this blitz. And even if he doesn't, I'll probably eat the Bacchus unblockable. It's gonna cost him the coin, and I think he's at level 2. I want to say he might be at level 3, but if he's at level 2, you can definitely mash out of that shit. But the idea is, like, especially now that he's committed, he's got one coin, he's got 25 to his name, a little bit more, I guess, and he's got burst. But that's kind of it. The health is obviously there too, but the idea to me is like health in the face of offense in this game isn't that crazy. It's really only a handful of interactions. I guess for Johnny it translates to getting meter back, but if you get this blitz, you know, say if you're Cade and you get this blitz reject, then he probably won't have the bar to reject you back off the penalty, is my guess. But even if he does, you'd rather play that RPS than anything else if he's going to give it to you. And if you win it, you still, like, you only lose that chunk. So, like, on Cade's end, you would probably get a knockdown and you have 50 bar, a decent amount of health to work with. You won't die to a stray hit. He'll need to at least start a combo. And you have your burst, too. So it's, like, not that bad. The biggest thing is that he kind of dumps all of his meter, like, on this setup. And I think the big thing is, like, you just can't dead angle there. It doesn't do that much for you, I think. And I don't think it would have dead angle clashed there. Like, it's easy to not want to interact with Johnny in these spots and tell yourself, like, I'll pick the thing that the game is supposed to make, like, really safe here, which is just, like, doing this, you know? But the reason I don't like it is, like, specifically because of what Zwei did. It's like, it costs nothing to press 2P and then wait and then press 5K delayed. Like, it's really easy for the aggressor to bait out dead angle if it's unlikely that you're going to do, like, anything else, really. And you can get hit by, like, straight flash kick or something. It's not that big a deal. Backdash, maybe? No, he doesn't. Oh, what a call out. That was a crazy call out. To do 2S specifically, not do, like, 2K or anything like that. She sees the IB and she does 2S specifically to bait reversal blitz and 4H. Gets the hit. He's been a little early. You can burst that later, but when she has 50 bar, I guess it does get a little scary. Oh, I think she should S-boom YRC there. You're in anything kills mode, so meter has no value anymore. I would do I would do like the exact tech that she did, and I would do microdash S-boom YRC, right? So you're gonna microdash to like here, you're gonna S-boom YRC, and it's gonna force Johnny to move or interact with it. And you're still positive on meter here. So you're kind of looking to do that. Like, you're kind of looking to just force interactions after interactions. And he obviously can't be ready for that unless he stands like right now. But if you caught him off guard, like you're gonna force a backdash out or you're gonna force a blitz out or anything, but you're gonna make contact probably is what's gonna happen. But because you wait, now it's like now he just gets to threaten like spaced out stance or like random bullshit. But I do think whenever somebody dies with like 75 bar from a neutral position, I think it's different if you're like here. As the defender. Like here, if you get like, if I miss the blitz and I get hit and it doesn't look burstable and I don't burst, I think that's fine because you have a game plan in mind. You're like, all right, I see this YYRC, I'm going to try to get the blitz reject, and then this seems like my best win condition at the moment, right? You know, and she kind of scrambles and she kind of gets like another spot off of not getting killed. I think if you're in a neutral state like this, as a lot of the characters in the game, obviously characters like Jam and stuff have more limited ability to abuse meter in neutral the same way characters with like projectiles do. But in my head, it's still like, you gotta spend it. There's no way you can die from a neutral state without spending your bar on anything. Like, you gotta spend it. Because you need to do it just to avoid having to naturally win neutral when you have like 1 HP and Chipp is legitimately a factor, right? That... I will say that if you ever watch like me play, I usually try to make sure I just spend my bar. Like I try my best. Like even if I only spend the first 25 and then I get clipped trying to go in, I will always try to spend it. Like frame 1 in that context. You kind of have to. That is the thing you don't take with you, right? Fine. That's a bad trade for Leo, but she gets the hit. There it is. Surprised she hasn't been more confident with it, but maybe is why tends to mash. But it's a pretty good thing at like just rattling people to go for it. I would have did straight overhead there. I like that she didn't return the blitz. There's not really a reason to gamble super hard there. Alright, she gets the S-Boom YRC timing this time. Backdash 5k eats. Base 2D. This is fine, yeah. So this is kind of why I think you don't have to den angle. A lot of times, like Zwei specifically just kind of overthinks it. Doesn't really like want to engage with unsafe RPS a lot of the times. And will just take like the safe jump on your den angles. And so you just block it out and then just wait it out again. See? Baits that angle again. Like baits that angle again. You can just wait it out. There is value in like just forcing the other person to commit so that you can feel more comfortable doing like flash kick and shit like that or den angle. But I hardly do it like on the first rep. And backdash coin seems really good at round start. Versus a character like Leo. A lot of his round starts in my head seem like they just have a hard time with backdash coin. Seems like it's just going to work into a lot of that shit. Unless Leo also backs off and just takes the coin, I guess. That's a nice conversion. I think he DJC'd the coin. Or he carded it looked like. It wasn't a regular coin, I want to say. Yeah, look like he DJC'd it. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not like the biggest fan of Leo using like S-Boom YRC as like his main way of escaping pressure. And your hands did it for you? It wasn't a full Johnny dash, it looked like. He like skidded, but it doesn't really matter. It's like tomato. Yeah, I feel like these are all spots where, like, at least instant blocking Johnny presents a threat. But I feel like she plays a little too hard RPS-y around doing S-Boom YRCs in a matchup where, like, the more you don't commit to it, like, this is enough to basically just, like, kill you now as Johnny. Johnny hits, like, one unskilled starter, and that's legitimately almost enough to kill you. Even as Leo. Or I think it's not like instant blocking is changing that, but I think the idea is you never present a threat to the Johnny player if you just regular block shit that's pretty plus on block. She also seems like she doesn't value maybe like escaping enough every now and then. But it's easy to say that because like any of these could be YYRCs. It's just there hasn't really been many of them. It's been mostly redashing, and I find that like backdashing in spots like IBing and then backdashing in spots like this can help. Especially with a character like Leo, where he might actually be able to get something out of it. But now that's the idea, right? Like now it's just like you're in a terrible spot here. 2S. Ah, it works. Oh, she doesn't do the safe one. That was I'm not really gonna comment on it. I figured you got distracted. It's fine. It's just one of those where, like, I don't know. I think Johnny players overthink it. In moments like this, it's like basically you can just get this hit and then do like 2D. That's what I would do. And if you don't even need a Bacchus, you could just force one more 50-50 and it's probably enough. Or just kill or do anything, really. Late catch. I would always take that burst still. She hasn't shown the Roman cancel once ever. Probably pretty safe. Interesting to me that she doesn't do the other setup. I think you can like 2S5H to get into this, but I guess maybe this is safer. This seems really bad. Again, I don't think that RPS... I think she doesn't... Like, I don't think Leo gets anything out of this. I think in other matchups, maybe, but... Like, a Roman cancel or anything along those lines is just gonna force Leo to have to guess like a million times over and over again, potentially. Where, even though being, like, regular Leo might feel bad too, the idea is, like, you kind of want to be able to jump versus a character like Johnny. I think that was, like, the biggest thing every now and then that, like, kind of killed her, was that, well, it was, like, a handful of things. It was, Zwei did autopilot backdash, like, a lot on, second Rekka, and I think, to a degree, she just kind of had to commit for better reward and punishment on it. She seemed like maybe she tried to do something that was pretty okay into it, but I want to say she lost most of those interactions despite being the one getting the hit with second Rekka. And like I said, like Johnny Backdash just seems kind of cracked out there, but that mattered a lot. I think her defense to me feels overly gambly versus a character like Johnny who never has to leverage any real risk, honestly. Like, because it's so hard to consistently react or guess what he's gonna do, I find that having options like I'm just gonna suddenly like S-boom YRC, but I'm not like confident in doing it here, is like really fucking scary because you're just gonna randomly get clipped and eat a bunch of damage versus a character that's like super burst safe. I think holding up and then blocking is a pretty solid way to at least end up on the other side of the screen so that it's easier to like then hold up back and then air dash back and then start getting away from Johnny. In a way, it's kind of fine if Johnny chases you, I think. And I think the last thing is she had a couple of moments where she like favored going into back turn in neutral, and I don't really see like the value in back turn versus Johnny in neutral. Even if it's not like explicitly bad, and maybe like Leo has some options, I think it's just hard to threaten Johnny if you can't suddenly jump at him, as a lot of characters, let alone Leo. But I guess, let me see, I'll pull it up and look at it. Because there's like a specific interaction that happened like every single time. Well, not every single time, but it happened a lot. She would hit second Rekka on hit, I think, and then not. Where is it? There we go. So she would hit this, and then Johnny would block, which is usually like around this distance. I was surprised that like this wouldn't have been more solid, but maybe she just missed the timing on it. Because like this is what I think she wanted, and I think she missed it every single time, is my guess. She seemed like she whiffed jab in place a lot. So my guess is that this is what's gonna happen. Right. And obviously, like, I think maybe there's a world where like you can mash out of this, but I kind of doubt it. I mean, yeah, I guess it's there, but it never happened, and so I think she just kind of needed to play for like this more. Here. She got this hit a lot, and this would have changed a lot. She was able to pull this off. She wasn't able to enter advantageous situations enough. I also think, like I said, it's probably more merit in taking a different approach with blocking Johnny. Flash kick is cool, but to me it's kind of whatever in the sense that, like, yeah, if you instant block, like, you lose your S-booms and you lose your flash kicks, but if Johnny plays around them, I don't think it's, like, that big a deal. I think generally I like the idea of, if I'm fighting, like, corner Johnny or whatever, like, I think this is pretty okay. I guess Leo actually has reason to jump back, if anything. Because he could probably do this on the way down. Actually, he might actually just be able to do... Yeah, like that. That seems pretty good. But I get it. It's probably scary in your head as a Leo player to be like, I don't want to commit to my jump because it's longer startup. But, like, I'm not a big fan of when Leos, like, make this their defensive strategy the whole time. Mostly because Johnny doesn't really mind the regular hit that much, I think. Because I feel like if you're not in back turn, Johnny just like blocks whatever you do on Oki and then starts RPSing or pushing you out really easily. But I do think that she should maybe like look at some of how her defense is. Like, there's an argument that you could just do that. It's not like it's the worst if he just stands in place, you're just in the same spot. But the difference is when he moves forward, you can at least do this and react to the situation. Now you're at least like interacting with Johnny more directly, where I feel like he has to start doing things like this to you. And then like that makes it easier to interact with other things because then you just tell yourself like, okay, I'll just IB twice. And then I'll take my gamble, or then I'll wait for him to spend bar or do whatever. But I find if you're just like waiting around for Johnny, it's like you just like look at that. The risk is insane. And the idea is like there weren't that many like there's not that many great spots in any of this to do like S-Boom YRC. He's just plus a lot of the times. S-Boom YRC feels like one of those where it's like you're gonna bank on the redash. I almost think the jump is better. Depending on the context, obviously. But I think that would have helped a lot if she like was a little bit more proactive on her defense. Like I said, Johnny's pressing a lot of heavies and a lot of higher attack level shit, so the IBs do actually kind of matter quite a bit. Otherwise, he is like comically plus on some of that stuff. Not all of it, but some of it. This is interesting. This is the run back, right? Run back. This one's interesting to me because they had a really close set, and very, very notably, there was like one drop that KTP had that basically it wouldn't have won him the set, but it definitely lost him the set when he missed his confirm. There was like a really, really big, might have been final round, final hit straight up, but it might have also just been like he was already up the round and he would have just won if he got the hit probably. Ash on the minus is good. Wow, I can't believe the timing on that. This is usually good at beating this option. It was very impressive that he got the backdash timing perfectly. Ball usage. Tech JP is really interesting. Kind of a greedy ID, I think. Each ball's gonna get canceled out. Pull in. Good block. Air dash back. Oh, that was kind of spooky. I like the air dash back there, but I guess Mage AS is pretty good. I find that once I see that I've jumped and like they've recovered, I tend to want to air dash back here because some characters can 6B that, but maybe not Mage Jump S. Oh, that would have been tight. I would give up the space. I would air dash back though. I think you don't really get anything doing jump back here as May. I think you move like 2 feet back and it's the same situation. I think he should see this and just air dash back. And even if he sends the ball into you, that's kind of fine because Koom is slow. She will just like start a block string here most likely, right? So he ends up jumping back, but he's not going to go very far off of it. Where I think the moment you see the slowdown here, if you know how Koom works in terms of how limited her movement is, I'm usually just blocking here. And then he's going to do run, like he's going to move the ball like into me. I'm going to block all 3 hits. And then she's going to run separately behind it. But by the time she gets to you, you don't block a mix-up. Like ever. It's just like a couple of Koom buttons into like some RPS with her kicks. But because he does this, like now he's gonna still like the ball isn't gone. Fu is probably already like pulling it back if I had to guess. So now because of his jump arc, he's gonna go like right here and the ball is like right here, and then Fu is gonna run up, and this is actually gonna get probably kind of awkward. So this is worth noting because I think other characters, like everyone should kind of realize that this is more about like Koom's win condition is shit like that, right? It's like jailing you in between. So in order for this to not happen, I gotta like block the ball on the same side here. And he definitely could have reacted and just like autopiloted and gone for it. Because again, she definitely can't stop you from just air dashing back here and then blocking the ball. And she wouldn't really get a mix-up. She could maybe try to do like dash, jump, high, low, but it's almost never a real mix-up. It's like usually just an air dash that you're going to block high because the lows never reach. But instead, like, let's see how bad it gets, right? Because he ends up in this situation. So yeah, he dead ass gets knocked down off of that. Or you should have... He gets kind of screwed by that jump back a lot, actually. The knockdown. It wasn't too bad because it seems like Fu didn't want to commit to any better confirm. Really, dead angle's a little impatient. But this is good. Oh, that was nasty. Oh, he hella mashed 2v, I think. You're dead, maybe? Yeah, it's dicey. Double RC. I think the double RC is mostly... I think he's probably one of those people... And it's not bad. It's He's probably one of those people that likes to do double Roman cancels to really affect the timing on your reversal. So you just do like 2 of them, and then it's like good like trying to get your reversal blitz. And he only needs 1 hit, so that's like his main concern, is just removing your ability to pick a reversal option there. Pretty good trade for me. I wonder if you can 3k right away on that trade. Probably not, right? Because of the pushback. It looked like. Yeah, pushback's too far. Yeah. You have to be like point blank for that. Not at round start. Maybe not even point blank. With the timing on the recovery. Maybe. Doesn't matter. It wasn't point blank. Take the burst. Yes. That's her win condition. Like, you don't want her to get it easily. I think he should keep doing that. I think he should keep getting close and like breaking in that range. I think maybe he doesn't try to look for it enough. Yeah, you have to see it coming. I almost wonder if he should just do more 2D into nothing in general there, right? Because I think her 2D is not super minus. I want to say it's like maybe like -6 or something. It's not that bad. Let's fix it up. Rank the tunes. Take a look. But I think I mostly say this because it's not even just like, oh, he could have blocked Coom 6H, and like, it's easy to say that in hindsight, but it's really more the fact that if you're not gonna get punished on the 2D, Coom doesn't really have like notable pokes, especially into like better offense. Oh, it fucking is -1. God damn. In my head, I was like, surely it's like -5 or 6 or something. It really is -1. Yeah, you can definitely just not special cancel that. Versus the character like Coom and take the pushback, I think. And it's not like the Dolphin helps enough that it's worth this risk, I think. Oh, baby. The back hit of it? That's footsies. QP match. This happened, I want to say, during their set a little bit at Texas Showdown, too, funny enough. Which is, I guess sometimes, depending on the altitude of this knockdown, she wakes up fast enough that immediate 2P match trades with the 6k, which is really bad for me. You kind of need that IB. But he's in a good spot. He honestly doesn't really need over. That's probably going to hit it. Never mind, he actually did block it. This is a great spot. Oh, that was nasty. Just wait. There's like no threat. Okay, that works. Coom to me is a very like, there's no resources. Like, there's not really like a threat except like random overhead. Try to push out and not worry about it. Oh, what a command grab. I'm surprised he picked 2D and not 2P though. Maybe he like did the 2P too early. He gets thrown out of 2D for sure. We're safe. Will he take the... Yeah, see? And actually, he does the exact timing I was talking about. So earlier I mentioned, like, you kind of don't want to wait for Nsenga. You just know that she has to do it, right? So you see boom, boom, H. JD, like, she has to Nsenga here. Right? So you burst as she rises into you to help make it, like, as consistent as possible. I think when people say burst Nsenga, it might sound, like, a little bit confusing because you're like, oh, I'll wait for Nsenga and then burst it. And you can sometimes, like, Kuma's probably a character that can do that more, but the idea is like once you see the button right before it, you just kind of know. Especially if it's JD. If you see JD after a double jump, right? If you want like a visual indicator, it's button double jumps off the first JD. You're just kind of waiting around. You're gonna see if this JH goes into Ensenga, but once you see this, you're like, okay, he has to Ensenga. Because he doesn't have any Gatlings after. Air dash? Not really. Oh, that was wonky as fuck. I also would have gotten thrown. Defense. I like that it seems like he is smart about, I think he's mostly only faultlessing the ball, which is usually what like I try to do. Like you want to be closer to him, or I can't really tell. Maybe he's just like feeling it out. Oh, he's getting kind of lucky. Lucky in the sense that like, if Fu hits the IB at the right altitude on this, not as high as this one hit, but if he hits this lower, which maybe, to be fair, maybe he delays the IAD on purpose. But if you IB this lower, you can always throw that JH. But it's an altitude thing. He wasn't spaced for it. It's gonna hurt. Oh, or not. Okay, but burst will be really helpful here. That's not burstable. Red ball Oki, burst it, man. I think it's worth it. I don't like fucking around with high damage characters in their win condition, right? Because to me, I see the logic. It's not like you couldn't just wait and do it later, right? Because at that much HP, you can definitely get either a burst on Shinken or another red ball burst. But I think you don't want to go low, man. Like, you don't want to lose half of that current health for, like, no reason. Or maybe not no reason, right? There is value in holding your burst. There really is. But I think of it as my resource for making sure I win rounds. Right? I try not to think of it backwards. I try not to be in the mindset too much of, okay, I want to win this on my own, so I don't have to spend my burst. I think of it as like, can burst just help me win this round? Like, is it gonna put me in a good spot? And like right there, he doesn't have that much bar yet. I have more bar. Like, let me just reset. I would have done it on the one right before. But it's a little like, doesn't matter too much. Can you really kill off this? Oh my god, she really doesn't have guts. You didn't even need to like do anything after. The dolphin should just kill. Page dolphin just owned. Alright. Same outcome though. Didn't really matter too much. But I do think, like I said, you want to be careful just going down that extra HP for like, not no reason, but the idea is, I think it's unreasonable to be like, yeah, I'm gonna block this potential double mix up and still get out on my own so that I don't have to burst. Like, dude, it's their best win condition. It's like, it's the best situation they can get. I would dolphin maybe? I think it probably would have lost anyway. The Stanky like really hit 3k startup? No way. Really? Word. I guess it was in the startup. This hurts. And the way I would put it is, I think there's easy for people to go, oh man, it'd be really sick if you had a burst right now. But it's like, dude, I have a round. I'm gonna get my burst, don't worry. It's coming. Oh, that's cheap. That makes it so hit confirmable. It just, you literally get to do 2k, 6k, and it combos. Because of the mortal counter. You didn't even need the ball there, that's funny. He gets the ball hit later. That was kind of sick, actually. Yeah, you're in a real bad spot. I think you're never dead angle there. Because of the super ball. You just kind of want to wait it out. Nice catch. He's been had like pretty bad success rate on the IEDs, so it's nice that he finally like got another one. He's just been like slightly off on the timing, or they've like just narrowly escaped. Yeah, I think you can maybe, well, not that one, right? Because that one's on 2D, so Ku makes up a little slower on 2D. Nothing crazy. I think it's like 26 or 7 frames again. Might be a little slower. Gonna get the burst out of the way potentially. Yep. Yeah, this is kind of fine. I almost think he didn't need to move forward, but he ends up getting the block string, so it's not the worst. Super is a factor. Yeah, he has to play around it. Similar with the DP factor. That was a really cool whiff, though. Too low? Yeah. That looked awkward. Should be it. Oh, that was a sick little extension. That was fast. That was fast. That was definitely some... I do think the biggest difference, I want to say, it's easy for me to like carry pick, but I think the biggest difference for him was definitely he bursted a little better in this set. I still think he should look into just not special canceling every now and then, and like what's the worst that can happen? If you see that 2D on block and it's -1 versus Coom, like, what's she really gonna do? You could probably maybe even just press 5H if she's not 6Hing. Might just counter poke anything she sticks out, like 2D. I like to counter poke her 2D a lot, because that's usually her main thing she's doing. And worst case, it's gonna encourage them to do other things, I think, and then you can structure the game plan around that instead of structuring it around I special cancel and get kind of like whatever reward, or I special cancel and I fucking die. That's solid. I think his burst stuff for sure. Obviously, he just didn't drop. He had some pretty like big drops when they played at Texas Showdown. That definitely helped. I also think, for what it's worth, Fu didn't really get... No, but that's the thing. He got bursted out of his win condition a good bit, so... That's interesting. I don't remember watching this one. I think I showed up right after this set, maybe. That's when I started watching, I think. Start to us. This is an okay start for Johnny. I think Johnny plays this really similar in my head to how Slayer plays it, where a lot of general movement is going to get clipped, but it won't get knocked down, and that's a really big deal. And he does the same thing as Slayer, where he's just going to build a ton of bar when he moves into things. I would unironically just try to probably instant block a handful of these things on purpose, like just instant block the bomb, instant block like little things like that. Hold the space. Oh, you always backdash as soon as you see Pogo there. Right? Because you have visual, like, you have time to see it. You see Pogo right there, and right after you finish dashing, I think you just mash backdash as Johnny. Because, like, what's he going to do to punish it, really? But moving forward is always kind of a death sentence. That was a good snipe. This, to me, is a character where... Now it's kind of like the opposite, where if he doesn't have... I think he lost it, right? Yeah, if he doesn't have 25 bar, you can just do coin dash up on this character, because there is no consequence now. I guess there's 5D, but you can probably just time around that, maybe? I don't know. It definitely seems like one of those things that's easier for Johnny to control than the other guy. Okay, that was kind of lucky. Not lucky, but it was fortunate that he did decide to get hit, because losing all the coins that were lost on this interaction, plus that 50 bar, right? So no meter gain for a while, loses another coin. Like, this is actually not as bad a spot as people might think to just keep blocking Johnny like a little bit longer. Force the other 25 out of him. Even if he gets the hit, you can try to burst to reset it. And like, now you're playing for the fact that he burnt through like a good chunk of his resources, and it's not like the health is in his favor anyway. So it's like, you don't only have to really worry about bursts. But the fact that he gets hit there is like pretty big for Johnny, because now it is just like, okay, now I'll just do my combo, right? He didn't have to spend any bar or any more coins to get that. He just kind of gets it. It's clipped. It doesn't really matter what he was doing. He didn't have 25 bars, so nothing would have really saved him. Even 5D would have probably just been something that either got clipped late, or if it invuled through Zwei somehow, like in its entirety, then Johnny just presses like jump kick there probably. So it didn't really matter if he tried to do anything. Yo, what a beast. Dude, Elven is unconditionable. That's crazy. And it worked too, that's the crazy part, right? But I would never fucking input throw. Well, actually, that's not true. I would maybe throw us here for the game. But he, like, didn't even think about it. He was just like, fuck it, throw us wins if you air dash. Oh, that was a yucky finisher. That could have been really dicey if that didn't hit, honestly. Like, that actually could have been really bad for Johnny if you don't hit there. Because he just burnt the level. If Elven doesn't get hit by this, I'm not really sure why he scalpeled, honestly. He, like, kind of didn't need to scalpel. Like, that, like, even just in general, like, the distance is so close. Like, just didn't really need to scalpel there. I think he would have been chilling if he just, like, crouched or pressed, like, a grounded button here instead. Well, I guess maybe a grounded button would have got hit, too. But Scalpel was definitely kind of greedy, I think. Because he saw Johnny in the air already, so it's like... What's the scalpel for, I wonder? That's a good jump back. I kind of wish he did like air dash back bomb toss, because it would have secured him an item probably, right? It would touch the floor, is my guess. I'm not a Faust player, but in my head I'm like, if I do air dash back bomb toss, it's gonna cover like right here probably. I'm gonna touch the floor over here, a little further back obviously, but I'm gonna touch the floor and I'm gonna get my one item out for free. Or like when he techs here, it's like he's still kind of got to deal. No, he's still kind of got to deal with like a lot of like Johnny's stronger options, I think. Same round, I think, but too far ahead, maybe? No, we're a game ahead. Which anti-air is the go-to there? Probably 5k. No, I think you do press 5k. Or if you're really worried, you press 6p. But 6p has a lot of end lag, so... You do kind of want to think about it, but I don't think there's a world where 5k doesn't, like, hold it down for you. 5k, if he sticks it out, would be... When you die to JS? No, I think not. Because he does the JS late, bro. Look at how late the JS comes out. He's, like, halfway through Scalpel startup. Yeah, so much respect for Elven and Day playing plus R top 8 into Exer. I don't know how they do it. They just play both games. Well, to be fair, I think Elven is a little comfier because he plays both Fausts pretty similarly. Yeah, it was a timing thing. Like, if he just does it right away, Bonjourn, like if he does 5k right there, or even a little bit later, he definitely wins. But it's really more just, he probably shouldn't have pressed Scalpel, is really what it is. Even if Johnny lands and blocks Scalpel, it's like, it's not a big deal yet. Is the way I would put it. Scalpel isn't really earning you much there, I think. Especially if Johnny just blocks it. But yeah, I would have probably air dashed back and then bomb tossed. Just for the extra distance, because Johnny's limited mobility means I probably get my item toss out. And then fuck it, maybe I get a good item. Bro, yeah. There is like a portion of our player base that gets filtered out by not being able to react and throw. That shit's brutal, man. I hate seeing it, I really do. It's just like throw right there. You get the tech. That was a really good trade for Johnny. This is a pretty simple knockdown. No, he doesn't get the right altitude on the dash jump. He's like just off. He needed to be higher up. He needed to do it like, he didn't hit the full dash, so it's too far. Kind of okay. This is what I mean, where Johnny and Slayer play it kind of similar, where you get clipped a lot, but you just kind of move towards Faust, and you're looking for random hits, and none of this knocks down. So, like, I think Johnny can actually do level 3 misfire on reaction to item toss off certain buttons. I don't know what buttons there are, but there are probably certain buttons where you can just do it on reaction. And it might be a punish, is my guess. That was a good knockdown. I almost wonder, like, in my head, a lot of the times I start to think it's just worth, like, as a Johnny player, when you get weird hits in general. Like, if I was a Johnny player, because of, like, how important it would be to not throw away my 50 bar just yet, I would probably do legit any confirm. I would do this, coin, JH, and just take it. Well, I guess he didn't have anything but the one coin. But no, it doesn't change my decision. I'm always doing... I do coin JH there as Johnny. Because, like... It's weird to explain. The idea is there are worlds where Johnny can bank it all on like, unblockable. And if it goes wrong, it is, like, more losable than people think. Because he's lost his, like, easiest way to kill. Right? That... This damage extension into, like, this RPS, to me, doesn't feel, like, worth it. To me. Especially because, like, people can try to hit this reversal blitz, and then they get the reject, and then it's, like, really awkward. Right? Obviously, any hit kills, and Johnny has his burst. But it's definitely possible to play around burst in general in this game. It's also kind of bad that Elven didn't take the burst. I think it gave it to him, like, on the Oki. Yeah, he probably should have just taken it, honestly. Is really, like, the elephant in the room. Because you get that burst, and then you just don't deal with a lot of this shit. I want to say Johnny should be extended forward enough the burst on OTG would hit the Bacchus, like, as he's doing it. Even spaced out. It's dicey. It's hard to say, like, one way or the other, but I think it probably would have hit. Then he resets, and Johnny only has 25 bar. And it's not like neutral's that bad in this matchup. But the reason I mention it is because fighting it out, like, any other way just seems rough. Like, how are you gonna get your resources out here without having to, like, really RPS? But if you play it right, I think you can play into Johnny, like, kind of burning through all his resources, essentially. Because I know, like, I'll win rounds like that on Johnny a lot. That's fine. This not being ever like a combo is such a godsend for anybody that has to like play slow pace neutral versus Faust. This just clipping and then like nothing happens is so huge. You just take space and keep going, basically. Knockdown. I always just take it. Faust tends to play slow. I'd like to get my burst out. But I would usually just take the going my way. Plus his Oki is good, so it's like I would just take it. The idea to me is like, especially if somebody's gonna burst his Oki, it's like just burst this. It's burst safe. Like it's burst guaranteed. You just burst it out. Especially because like depending on what he does, like the shit might not work. Oh, he chased? Oh my god, he's a psycho. He's a psycho. I know it recovers, but when he hit this, I thought he would just space. Like I thought he would air dash back or recover and then anti-air, but he just keeps going forward. But I know it recovers, so plus on block, yeah. Alright, this is a pretty good situation for Faust. Jab, 2D, item toss, instant overhead again maybe. Meteors, but it kind of doesn't matter that much. I don't think he needed to spend... Same thing, it's like, I don't think he needed to spend the bar, but it's not like he gets... The idea is to me, like, bar is an insurance policy. Like, if you fuck up, you just dead angle or blitz or do whatever your character lets you defensively with bar, right? That's why I don't like burning it randomly, right? Even on shit like this, where it's like, you do this, and like, yeah, I guess you could do like 2H or 2D maybe even here and get the knockdown. But I almost think it doesn't really change the number of like interactions that you need to win the round anyway. But it doesn't matter. The lead here is so big, it really shouldn't matter too much. Yeah, that's a tough one. Hard to fix that confirm for Johnny. It's funny too, because that spacing is good on like so many other characters. That would have knocked down a lot of other characters. He's been really good about just setting up like a mid-rangey space and then using coin to harass. He's just kind of like here, and then he'll like randomly throw coin out. And the idea is like any trade on the coin is good for Johnny. Like you just take it. And any hit is literally just free real estate. Block it out, backdash, shit. This definitely just seems like what Slayer has to do, but a little bit easier. This is really funny. Like a very similar parallels. Oh, I think you don't have to give that burst up as Johnny. There's definitely like a little bit of abuse that Johnny's could do better, where it's like I'm hella doing 5k 2s here to try to abuse this and see if it'll give me the hit. But just in general, it's like doesn't matter. There's definitely just spots where like safe routing for Johnny is fucked up. Probably isn't really one of them though. But in my head, I'm just like, oh baby, especially dude. Like the only reason I say is like if you can get 2k close slash there, then it's even easier. But I don't. Boss has a weird hurt box for close slashes, so there's like a chance if you do 2k. But that's what I probably would have done honestly. You get that counter hit, and then you input 2k close slash, 2k far slash as the confirm. And worst case, like it's just gonna be burstable anyway. But if you get 2k close slash there, like you just win. You just win this round off that essentially as Johnny. This is awkward, yeah. Smart to get the level. Once he throws the bomb, I'm like, it's kind of hard to get a hit there. I think there's a world where transport immediately is maybe better. But it's like tomato. Because he would have been there already if he transported. But he's like always getting hit. Because he has to triple dash. Yeah, transport was better there, I guess. There's a world where maybe like transport, immediate, close slash coin, and then like try to get the knockdown as fast as possible is a thing. Or honestly, even close slash and just like hold up back after you get the coin is probably valid. Again, well, obviously it's a little bit more of an asterisk, but Elven doesn't really bait the burst here. That it's like kind of guaranteed a lot of the times for Elven to just take it. You have to do it a lot for him to tell himself that you like always do it. Then he'll bait it. He's like that kind of player. He's good once he notices player habits, but it's not like he reacts in that spot. Yeah, this is awkward. No meter to work with. Burst out late. No, I think you never dash there. I think at that point you're committed to trying to walk because The only reason I would prolong this context as Johnny is they already have 100 bar. So running at them faster doesn't really do anything. But at least if I play slow here and keep walking and blocking things, I will probably hit 25 bar. Turns out you can't get more bar when you're at 100, so I might as well try it. Because that's what I do when people get gold bursts. When people gold burst me, a lot of the times I just start playing really slow. I just like move forward, take as much meter as I can, because you're fucked. Like they have 100 bar, right? But moving aggressively is just like asking to get hit. You gotta make them at least like have to use their bullshit metered options to try to hit you. And then it's like, okay, not gonna kill, right? That's a classic. That's good awareness. That's actually really good awareness. That you just do that versus Faust. If he doesn't do Pogo immediate dismount, I think that's just a punish like every time. If you see Pogo and he doesn't immediately input Pogo dismount, like he just gets fucked if he did anything else on Pogo. That's good awareness. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's tough. That's tough. It's easy to say like he shouldn't have spent the bar, but I do kind of think like he wasn't in a rush to get this hit. And like I said, it's the insurance policy. Like you use it for other shit. These are the types of moments where I find that, not everybody, but some people will be inclined to be like, man, fuck Johnny. Like, I was so close and then like this happened and I lost. And I'm kind of like, yeah, but that meter usage is like a big deal. Like not playing around that is a really big deal. What a 6B. And by that I mean like it kind of didn't make sense, but it just worked out. I mean it beats all of like Faust's standing pokes, but it's usually kind of rare I find outside of like Scalpel that this button gets pressed a lot in this matchup. It was a really good double jump though. Still get the meaty. Oh, he didn't pick 2K. That's kind of why you pick 2K there, I think, always. It's not like Farslash does anything better for you. Meaty 2K I think is just always better. Just do dash, walk forward, 2K. And like if they backdash, like you're probably pressing Farslash after it anyway. But it's cool. He picks 5d9, so there's no knockdown. Check back. Ah, it's the same thing. That works out. By wire C maybe? I guess you just like have house money at this point. Just do whatever. 5p mash, take all the bar. It's a little greedy, but it works out. Mostly because he's still positioned really well, so I don't really think he needs to do this. Like, I think you can just like decide whether you'd rather be further back or right underneath Faust, and being underneath him is fine too. But I think going for an air to hair here is like kind of greedy. But I say that as somebody that knows, like, there's not really like it's not really a good idea to press buttons against Johnny up there. FTC stall a little bit. Could just win. This is when I joined, I believe. I believe this is the exact moment I joined, when I saw this hit and went, how come he didn't just kill? How come he didn't just win? But I guess when you have an unblockable, kind of doesn't matter. The good news is there's a lot of washes in this set, so this is like nowhere near as close as the... There's also just a lot of high damage characters. The Texas Showdown VOD review is like fucking long, and this one's like practically done. We only have like 4 or 5 more sets. So it'll probably be done in like 2 hours at worst, if I had to guess. This is great for me. Shit, maybe I go to the gym again. No, who am I kidding? I already went for like an hour and a half. This one's interesting. This one is rough, man. Just because I think daymendou, when he knows what you do, is so hard to beat. Like, it's just really hard to play around daymendou if he's very comfortable versus you. On start 2P, probably counter pokes 2S is my guess. So you get the hit and scrambles. He picks a lot of JD, huh? Versus Day. I mean, the first one makes sense because he has to JD. You have to JD there so that you deny the air throw. I almost wonder if it's worth alphaing there. You corner yourself, but that kind of doesn't like a factor with Chipp, really. Especially versus Slayer. But it kind of doesn't matter that he ends up so close, I think. Bro, but this is... You can eat this like throw all the time from Chipp, right? You can see he doesn't even bother with the teleport mix because it's kind of just hard to play around BDC, so he just takes a meaty. Gets rid of the kunai, but ends up having to block off of it. Surprised he doesn't try to 6p? Or not 6p, I think you can DP here. I think. Seems dicey, obviously, but... DP here. Double jam? The fabled double jam launcher. I'm not that strong, though. I did my cardio. I did my strength stuff. Like, I did arms today. Or not arm. Oh, I did upper body, basically. And then I still did cardio. Like, I didn't go yesterday, so... Beta Blade can clash with JH. I mean, that's probably fine, though. It's better than blocking. What's up, Dave? As long as it doesn't get safe jumped, I wouldn't care too much as Chipp. I'd be like, fuck it. Let the game decide. Air dash. Yeah, this is so rough. We got back from upper body like 45 minutes ago. Honestly, the cardio made me less sore. It was kind of nice. Maybe I just didn't work out hard enough. Yeah. It's tricky, man, because it's like... You can't always give up your offense as Chipp here. But there really isn't like a great way to go about this as Chipp. Everything you pick is kind of terrifying. I guess it's easy to tell yourself, like, maybe I should just do the safe jump here because Blitz is sort of like the least scary thing. I don't know if that's the way I would put it. The idea is like he doesn't have any bar on his own, so it's pretty fucked, actually. I actually struggle to think of what I would think is like the best option here as Chipp. Like, I probably wouldn't take any teleport stuff. Half the matchup versus Pat is jump until he spends all his 25 meter, then win. Yeah, I could see it. There is an argument that he didn't need to do the gamma. I'm just thinking what I would pick here if I ended up in the same context as Chipp. There's not too many great ones. There's not really like too much. I do think that leaving the ground is rough though, because the Blitz RPS is too scary. It's like too scary, right? You can't even interact with it. It's just a guaranteed punish. And it makes me think like just picking the meaty would be better. Too close on the dash up. Does this kill? Not quite. EP is a factor though, yeah. Dashes around it. I feel like in some... Well, actually, no. I was gonna say I feel like he's too far, but it kind of doesn't matter for Chipp. I think as Chipp, it's okay to be this far because you still close this gap really fast if you just commit to the run. But I think he's telegraphing his grounded approach too much in general, a little bit here. The idea is kind of like, I think if I see like this style from Chipp where he's like moving and then breaking and then moving and then breaking, kind of like as anybody I'd play, if he's like moving and then stopping, I'm probably just gonna like jump and try to like set up air approaches every now and then, or IAD at a distance where like if I time it right, it's gonna be kind of hard for him to get around it like as easily as maybe the way I would put it. We're like right here. Oh, this is actually pretty close. I think we were basically like right here. Or a little bit further back. Yeah. This does seem tricky, especially with some of the things that he likes specifically, because this is similar to like what Biken does, or at least what I do sometimes, which is like everybody and their mother knows that this doesn't combo into anything. So it's like free real estate to try to check with anything after. If anything, I think if he's picking a button, he should press 5k there, right? Just to have something for helping with Dandy. And if you get BDC'd on, then it is what it is. BDC bite is just BDC bite in my head. Like, just gonna win sometimes. That 5k would have helped him there specifically. Would everyone want to get 5k as the punish on P Dandy most likely? Didn't believe in the hit, I guess. These are scary IBs. Yeah, and then you just can gamble again. Yeah. Gamble again. These have been pretty okay though. Obviously, if Chipp had to pick, he'd rather get hit by Charged Blitz than regular Blitz and anything else. So the Charged Blitz obviously covers a lot of the usual Blitz baits, so I tend to pick it too. But it has been a lot of risk-rewardy interactions so far, where it's like that would be the tap Blitz, but not the Charged Blitz. Air dash back there. I would air dash back a Chipp. My main reason being that I find if I had to think in my head, like, what is the thing that I am abusing versus Slayer? Probably the fact that from full screen I have a better shot at making things happen than Slayer. Not that that's, like, always true, and it's not like Slayer's particularly scared of shit at full screen, but to me it's a lot more... The idea is, like, okay, I'm mostly just scared if we hang out in mid-range all day. Dead. And I do think he has been valuing, like, Gamma a lot. Tech back. I would take the burst, too. Especially because you're not going to get that many versus Slayer. And like I said, I'm not too big a fan of the logic of, like, I'm going to wait for the hit. And it's like, dude, kind of just got to take it. Like, I think that would help a lot if you pick the burst there. You hit? Oh, you didn't believe in the Shinkido. Confirm. Yeah, like, I almost think, obviously it's convenient that he did literally get the hit. But I think adding a little bit of airborne approaches, at least as, like, something for the opponent to have to consider, is just important. Right? Even if you're just doing air dash back JD a bunch. I just think it's too easy for a character like Slayer on average to play around, like, a bunch of grounded approaches. And honestly, I do think there is an argument that, like, the direct punish on just Gamma in these situations isn't that crazy. It's almost okay to get hit by it, especially if Slayer isn't reaching you, for example, like in a spot like this where it's kind of dicey. Like, it probably gets 2D here, but the idea is more like, that's fine, it's not a high damaging punish, and you do have some options to use on reversal. I like that he bursted there. I should probably consider doing that more on regular grounded throw from Slayer specifically. Since you can abuse the burst lockout to mash for gold bursts. Alpha plus hits. This isn't too bad. I actually am not the biggest fan that he spent this. I think you want that shit. Yeah, I don't think he should take. I think he should just take a route. Any route, if Chipp's got one that goes into Shinkido here, I think I would take. Because that meter is, like, really valuable, and it's not adding a ton of damage here. Like, it kind of is, but it's not adding enough damage, and Daymendou won't get his burst back on this round anyway. This is, like, a minor thing, but I do think that he should consider, like, that's a good spot to just consider another route and then have 50 bar for, like, whatever else you need. DPRCs, if you end up on the back foot somehow, return blitzes if Daymendou blitzes on the Oki, etc., right? But the reason this gets so dicey is now it's like Chipp can't return a blitz. He has to guess. He has to kind of, like, just straight up guess, right? And you can kind of wiggle out or scramble versus him, depending on how you want to do it as a defender, right? But the idea is that he kind of has to, like, play around that now. PRC is nice there for Chipp. Oh, what 2S? I like his 2S usage a lot. I think his 2S usage has been pretty solid in terms of, like, utilizing it really well in, like, this range where, like, he'll get hit by a straight thing, and then random 2S is really good at interrupting Slayer trying to, like, stagger normals to catch you, you know, like, escaping or just, like, set up more block strings. So he's actually been pretty good at this. I think he uses it, like, it seems like he's using it a little bit too much when Slayer's kind of closer, and 5k might just, like, serve a similar purpose. Yeah, in a way, I mean, it's easy to say, like, oh, it's not so bad, because, like, Chipp eats, like, half his health. But I think the idea is, I mean, that's going to happen kind of no matter what. that in a way, like, keeping the bar here is pretty acceptable over doing, like, the Gamma YRC and getting this into, like, you're probably going to have to gamble again. Oh, I don't like that alpha. Nothing has necessarily changed here. If anything, I think if he's ever worried about this angle, he can just try to kind of go through Slayer. And a lot of Slayer's main way he's going to chase you is, like, either the confidence to, like, just commit to long dash, or if he goes through, then, like, he can send it on Mappa, but obviously Mappa will always remain that kind of tool for Slayer, where it's, like, he can use it as an approach and accept, like, relatively low damage punishes, but the idea is, when he's going on that trajectory, if he ever feels like, oh, this is getting dicey, then he can kind of just, like, jump and then do the JS float thing and then end up, like, way over there. And as long as Slayer is also kind of moving in, like, this general direction, then a lot of the times he'll, you know, his general, like, jump arc will end up, like, over there. Slayer, or even if he kind of move, like, stays stationary, will have to, like, suddenly lunge at you, right, if he wants to chase. And, like, worst case, you block regular Mappa, and that's pretty bad. I won't like, sugarcoat it. It's pretty bad in the sense that, like, Chipp isn't exactly trying to play too many interactions versus Slayer. But I think that's a thing that you do want to consider, because he is, like, tanking his tension pulse, like, a little bit more than he, like, needs to. But it's usually fine. Usually moving forward into moving back is, the game's, like, pretty forgiving on it. Yeah, just gamble on delayed air dash. He didn't really get any good, like, opportunities early on, for sure, is what I would say. He didn't get too many, like, corner Shinkido situations, but I also think he probably could have, I like the later half more, is the way I'd put it. I think his aerial approaches were, like, pretty good. I kind of wish he bursted, like, in some slightly different spots, because I feel like by the time he was bursting a lot, it was pretty behind in the round. And so it was really hard for him to just even make anything happen. But I do think fundamentally it's just an awkward matchup. If you're not really used to, like, where it's match 5k, where it's not match 5k, etc. Right. I was watching by this point. I want to say vaguely, I just remember that I think KTP played a little too impatient. I want to say he runs at Johnny, like, more than he probably needed to in this matchup. That's a good early hit to get us Johnny. Good escape. Yeah, I like just resetting there, because you're always kind of playing for shit like this, I think. He shouldn't. I always kind of wait, I think. Hey, what's up, Noah? I kind of don't do this on the first one versus Johnny. I want them to think I don't do it. I don't really take this burst a lot early on, especially because there's so much health, and a lot of his combos are gonna involve the dash jump JK, that I usually take my burst around the dash jump JK a lot of the times. It's not that bursting coin OTG is bad or anything. It's just I like to wait because they don't have a reason to leverage it yet. Take the bar. I think he should. There's, like, definitely an argument here that he should just do 2 punches in close slash, because you can always pretty much get that. You do jab, jab, close slash 1. Or even just jab close slash. But I think you can get another jab. And then you just take the frame advantage when they land. But I think doing this means that you're kind of telegraphing that you're probably going to have to, like, dash or press a coin or do something kind of like this. 2 consecutive missed air throws is rough. More so this one than the last one. Because the last one wasn't that, like, well spaced. I would say, like, for Zwei to really, like, get it. But this one kind of was. He was just, like, off on the timing. But you should be able to get that. If anything, he didn't really need to jump forward for that air throw. He probably gets it if he just stays in place. Late overhead. Kind of a spooky burst, but it wasn't like a standard Mei route, so it probably didn't matter that much. This is genuinely fine in my head. They can react and still single OTG coin you? I don't know if I've seen it, like, from Zwei specifically, but I believe it. I just know in my head that a lot of them don't really bother, like, trying to react to it. And so they just kind of either do it or toss 1 coin and then wait and then try to get the other coin. Is it better to burst before the coin even connects, or is that not viable? Oh, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I don't think it's worth it, like, to do it immediately. Like Day says, you do kind of have to, like, see the coin. I don't think he needed to chase. They've been doing a pretty good job, or at least Zwei's been doing a good job of just like holding the corner versus Mei. And I think KTP should have done like a similar thing here. I think it's like you always kind of want to jump back there as Mei so that you avoid this situation. This is why I think the jump back is fine here. Right? Because the idea is like you get a weird hit or whatever. I would do, if I'm going to do anything here, like if I'm trying to throw, I'm probably doing it with like a back jump. Even though that seems unreasonable, the idea is like, I'm always trying to back jump here. So that Johnny like drifts and I'm like over here, you know? Can like hold space. And if you're ever worried about this shit, like if he's ever just doing this bullshit, he's just stanced up in the air, I just kind of give him more space. Or on whatever character I'm playing, I learn what is like the most direct way to punish it. Like, kind of like run underneath it, press like a button like answer 2H if I'm answer, etc, etc. Or you basically tell yourself like, if I run away, can I get value out of him just fucking off and doing that in place? But I do think it's really bad that he ends up here. Right? They might have played like the whole round on this side of the screen, honestly. Boom. Boom. God damn, that's plus. That was an insanely delayed Asenga. Baits it, but you're probably not going to punish it. Oh, you tried. That's tough. Oh, that was kind of YOLO, but it worked out. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't think he needed to be that. I remember thinking this. I remember being like, I think he's just being like impatient here. Like I like to take it slow here because Johnny only has the one neutral skip and I have like 100 bar. Surely I can find a spot where I can get out defensively versus Johnny, when his only real option is like one YYRC. But I think of this in the context where they block it, and I'm like, ooh, burning 50 bar, and like you're probably not close enough to really like look how many hits it took to get the 50, right? So 6k RC wouldn't really have been a factor on block. Strike throw would have been though. He's really confident in the 6p. Oh, that worked out. I was gonna say I feel like you just air dash back there, and I don't really know if Johnny can do much besides maybe like 6k here when you get the safe space dolphin like that. I would do like double backdash, or just probably double backdash actually. It's probably better. Because I think that jump back might be like weird versus the coin. But if you can get this, that's pretty cool. Oh, what a route. That was like not that plus. I can't believe that like you still set dolphin there as Mei. You really set dolphin there? That's crazy. That looks like you have to like hard guess between if they throw OS or low blitz there with the frame advantage. Oh, he waited for the burst. That's why. Okay. Also, yeah, I didn't even think about that. I'm like tuned out. He did get it, right? I think he gets it by the time Nsenga pulls up. Yep. Right here. Burst. Burst. Well, actually, my bad, because he had the double jump still. Burst here, because he's going to do JD, double jump, JH, and Sanga. Or this, but either one works. Once you see the JH, you can just kind of burst it. And he tries to like wait a little bit for OTG burst, it looks like. And that seems like why it's like slightly more minus than I would have expected there. Coin trade is pretty good for Johnny there. This is pretty big. Too far again, yeah. I don't think he needed to be as impatient as he was on defense. In fact, I don't think, like, again, I don't really think he needs to run at Johnny here. Because he's still, like, he just has the health lead. I think I love the idea of Johnny having to spend meter to get to me. Because it's like, to me, Mei's offense isn't, like, that crazy. Even when you have, like, this shit, right? Like, I get that this is gonna guarantee, like, a dolphin, right? Like, the meter down here guarantees a dolphin RRC into, like, trying to force a mix. But that seems pretty dicey versus the character like Johnny, where if you don't get it, you're, like, down a ton of resources, and pressure's like not that great in general for me. I think if I'm him, I just kind of land here and do what I do a lot versus Johnny when he's like at this meter threshold. Just like I land and then I just kind of like jump here a lot and then I just air dash back. Or sometimes I double jump back, but it's usually like air dash back. Or just land and then like ID back. I tend to just jump and try to hang out here. With the reason being, if he tries to cheat the neutral, it's going to cost him 50 bar, and my bar hasn't gone anywhere. Right? And I don't think Johnny without 50 bar, or without 25 bar, is super duper scary during his pressure. He's going to be hard to get out pressure versus always, because obviously they can still like leverage coin at any point. But knowing that he can't YYRC is really nice. It means that he kind of like has to 6k or start to do things like that more. That even if you do end up blocking off the transport RCs, I think it's worth it. But I think this is like way too impatient. I understand like when you have 100 bar, you want to make shit happen, but not that hard, I think. You can take your time with it more. You can like set up approaches, and once it looks good, you can kind of like spend some bar. Because look at it, like this approach essentially like more or less ends like it puts him in the spot, right? And then he probably tried to gamble on blitz or whatever it might have been, but I'm gonna be real, like even if he gets the blitz here, no, I can't say that. I was gonna say if he gets the blitz here, it's like a really different round potentially. But to me, it's more he didn't need to do all this. He could have waited a little bit longer because Johnny can't exactly run at you, right? He literally can't run at you. He would have to cheat the neutral the way he always does, so I think it's worth it. Same with this. I think you always block there. If I'm ever like right here versus Johnny, I'm always blocking. Like here, I'm never doing anything besides blocking because like this shit exists. Also, he just has pretty good anti-airs, so. But I do think, like I said, that he's being like impatient. He's also maybe not like looking for the right spacings, because even here, right, like he goes for the IAD because he's like, you think he landed like right here, but this is kind of iffy. Like I wouldn't IAD from there as Maze still, because I think you still cross up if he doesn't move, right? Yeah, you'd probably still cross up if he doesn't move, and that's pretty bad, especially versus Johnny. You want to be like in front of him some more. It's the throw. I would also have fallen for that, mostly because like I'm so used to Maze like trying to go for the H dolphin confirm that I do try to do the tech buttons here. That I hella fall for this. I fall for that a lot. This is pretty good. You have a ton of bar. Oh, I like the YRC a lot there actually. No, minus on hit. Yeah. That what it was? Oh, he pressed far slash. Although I doubt it mattered, honestly. It seems like Johnny did recover very fast off getting hit by Dolphin, funny enough. He like recovered sooner than if he had just dashed into nothing. It's really funny. Oh, those reckless bursts. May is also kind of like Leo, where she seems like if she's gonna do this, and I still think it's worth doing versus Johnny when you expect redashes or greed to like jump versus it. But she seems like Leo, where she probably wants to do like a neutral jump and let Johnny run into a button like jump S and avoid shit like this. Because if you don't have a cross up normal, like you can't really stop that from happening there. But I don't necessarily think the jump was questionable. I just think committing to the forward jump is what's questionable here. Because the way I look at it is, let's say Johnny lands here, right? And you do neutral jump and he doesn't move. He just keeps his feet planted right here. Then you just accept your fate. You just fall back down, I think. I think that's like what I do most of the time. Because that's not really what I was picking that option for. If he stays in place, it's probably not worth disrespecting, because with Johnny's positioning right now, if I do this and he waits, that's like the freest air throw of all time, right? He's positioned for it, so it's not really worth like checking him. If I go up and then I go back down and land where like May is, and he dashes at me, especially because you can stick a button out like right before you land as a lot of characters. He's like, what? He's gonna try to throw you, so usually like you're kind of mentally ready for that. But more importantly, right, if you were to say, I guess for her it's more about neutral jumping because she doesn't have that cross up normal. But if he does like neutral jump here, then Johnny would probably like have to block that JS, even if he does this. Even if he does like dash jump, try to throw immediately, like an early JS press is probably still going to force him to have to block it. And then it's kind of dicey. It depends on like the altitude, if he'd air throw you or if he'd like land and recover and you had to play around ground throw, I think. What did he mash on? He mashed off 5k? Really? He mashed on something here. Oh, plus on whiff, plus on block, that's what it is. Yeah, 6k, but he mashed on not a fast button. 6k is weird, especially if you don't have a great button to like actually check it. And I don't think he instant blocked it, which made it even more awkward, right? Yeah. Because here 5k is just a menace, right? If you don't have a great button for 5k, then it gets really awkward. I think here I just like I tend to lock in bike in 2h a lot to call out like sometimes it beats this, but a lot of times it beats backdash. But yeah, -1, but in the face of like her normals, it didn't seem that relevant for Johnny. She's got better crouching normals and like standing shit, so I don't think 5k would cut it there versus Johnny 5k because I think it's like 2 frames slower. Or is it 1? Yeah, I think he could have been a little bit more patient versus Johnny. It's really frustrating because I've been there where like nothing is really happening versus Johnny and you're just like jumping and blocking. But he definitely could have been like a little bit more patient or a little bit more like concerned with like shit like this. Like what if I'm wrong and I get hit by this, right? Same with like he's doing this a lot, but I'm not sure what he's trying to do because it's the second time he's done it. So I have to assume there's something he's maybe trying to do here. Because it's the second time that he has done tech, jump out of the OTG coin after the tech, and RC specific. Actually, no, he picked jump S that time. It looked like last time he picked RC. It looked like he picked the same thing twice. I don't necessarily dislike that he does the double jump or whatever, but I think he should just be more willing to block Johnny on the way down. Because Johnny doesn't really care. Let me see. I want to save his jump S. Johnny doesn't really care about any of these situations, honestly. I think that much. He's just gonna and the idea is, yeah, like if he rips the misfinder and you block, that's huge, right? That's kind of like the whole reason I never press anything here. Yeah, he did press jump S. He's probably overthinking it in his head and thinking like, what if I get thrown? But they have to really commit on that shit to get the throw easily, I think. But yeah, I think he was like overly impatient out of a lot of the corner situations, and then so I just kind of got like free real estate off of it. Oh, I don't like backdash there because it's like, like I feel like Johnny's tend to pick. Zwei specifically tends to just OTG like throw coin media like a whole fuck ton. So pretty good burst. I say pretty good only because like there are routes, I believe. Like he doesn't. That's not like guaranteed, which is like what makes it dicey. Because you can do DJC coin there. Yeah, you can do DJC coin like as tight as possible, and it wouldn't be burst safe. Or sorry, it would be burst safe. But it's an executional thing, so you can always check with their execution. Catch. Oh, that worked out. It's pretty good, honestly. Like this is kind of what I mean by I don't think he needs to overextend super hard when he's in situations like this because Zwei just kind of willingly burns like all of his meter off of this and just kind of like doesn't get anything. But KTP gets like 50 bar and you can just wait around a bit more. Delay tech. I like delay tech nothing there unless you're like really confident. I like delay tech nothing, or I do a good bit of delay tech throw to try to like land into Johnny for this. Johnny is a character where like I believe in tech buttons way less versus Johnny. This character like doesn't give a fuck about tech buttons. You pick like tech buttons like this and like you just lose. And I think that discipline is really important because you just don't want this to happen essentially. Like it's gonna happen again, basically. Like he could have probably just pressed close slash again and it probably would work. But he goes for the tap blitz read and misspaced. I think he was a little impatient on a lot of these situations. With little things like that. That's it. Air dash back. I would air dash back there. Kind of for the same reason as like the Fu red ball thing where it's like you just want to be outside of what is like realistically the character's like maximum range, which is like unless he does, which he probably won't, right? If he does like dash button and you air dash, you'll probably like time around that with Johnny. That's usually how this interaction goes if he dashes and presses the button. If he does dash 6k, it's one of those where I'm like, okay, you got me. And I'll just look for that more. Like, I'll play for that interaction more. Right? But even this raw 6k, I don't know if it would have hit. Because of how early you can air dash there as May. Hers might be slow enough. There's an argument that like maybe you do just die there. But I'm just like, if I do it up here, which is like where I'm doing it, you do it like really high up, right? And so Johnny 6k would probably whiff, right? Yeah, Johnny 6k would hella whiff on that. Is my guess. Oh, I can't say hella, but it seemed like it would have. And I like making sure I like account for shit like that. Again, I don't really like May double jump like that much if people have options like this, right? Because it's like he just sees it and then he presses 6-6 and then you have to block. Or have to like scramble a bunch. And it feels like it'd be better to me to just play around like the fact that he's kind of like stuck with his dash momentum or his dash movement. Let me get this knockdown. That's scary 5k. I feel like if you press 5k there, the coin always comes out, right? Because it's 6 frames, right? And it's a neutral situation, so he gets coin for free. I wonder what stops them from just mashing coin there. Like crosses up and doing it. That's the big hit. Or not the big hit, he gets like the small hit in there. I don't dislike that he airs through there, but it was a little late, I guess. So it's kind of scary, like if he was going to be able to get it or not. Yeah, I almost think this is like crazy to say, but I think he should just keep doing this. This hasn't gotten punished. He just gets bar. And I think the idea is like you just keep getting it. You get enough of it and either you get a free hit or eventually like you'll just spend the bar, right? But I think the way that he's just been like pressuring, ending safely, and then just like covering space a bunch, like he should just keep doing this and not overextend into Johnny, I think, until he ends up like here and then it's like, okay, now there's an argument. Okay, kind of lucky. Fortunate that he doesn't get the whipped air dash thrown. Good catch on the back dash too. It was a really good read. Liner. I always tap forward because on YouTube it's a 5-second skip, and these are usually like you only need 5 seconds usually, and it goes to the screen. Yeah, this interaction I think is fine. If it plays out like this. This is kind of what I was saying he should try in the corner more, but in the corner I think he just has to tell himself that it's like a neutral jump and not a forward jump, right? But this is more what I'm thinking, where when you expect delayed pressure or dash up or anything, like it seems better in the mid screen to do the jump forward, I guess you have more reason to, but even just the neutral jump is probably fine. Yeah, this seems good. Like, it doesn't even matter whether he's hitting this or not, honestly, in my opinion. I think he's just forcing the other dude to block, and the other guy is not doing block strings. And that shit's just pretty good. Oh, that's a tragic drop. Kind of a greedy route, though, maybe. Or at least it seemed like a greedy one to me, but he would know better than I would. Always block there. I don't know what he picked, but you always block there. Or blitz, I guess, but I'm not a big fan of, like, blitzing there. I'm mashing Azami 100%, but that's just because it's free. But it cost me a resource here, and I'm Roman canceling. Like, his button's already out. Or it's already coming out, so... I don't think I would do anything besides tap blitz there, maybe. But it's kind of hard to see what button he's like... You're never going to react to how they're animating in the moment, but you're definitely going to react to them animating, so... I think I usually just take the block. Every time I see triple dash, Johnny confirms, it makes me a little sad. So I'm just like, damn, he really gets all that. Plus on whiff, classic. Classic. It is genuinely so fucking hard to punish this move when it whiffs. Because you're like so mentally ready for the hit, and then it whiffs, and then you try to do something. Anything, and then he just 5Ks it. I don't really like this route. I don't think it kills. Well, actually, yeah, it probably does off the burst version. Yeah. I forgot how much, oh, never mind, I was right. It does a lot of damage. But yeah, I think KTP was a little bit too, like, quick on the draw. I like the fact that, like, he just got a lot of, like, free hits and a lot of free momentum on shit like this. Johnny to me is also a character where it's easy to say this like in hindsight because he like drops the combo. But I don't do any fancy combos versus Johnny. If that shit isn't like basic as fuck, and to be fair, this was like mostly the normal start. He was just somehow like not spaced for this, I guess. I think maybe he didn't hit the re-jump like deep enough. But if shit ever looks even slightly off, I do the most baby combos of all time versus Johnny. Because he doesn't have like a meterless reversal. So I'm really valuing that knockdown a lot versus Johnny. That it's like, I would do any basic combo to get a knockdown or a burst there. Either one's fine, right? That's a good dash. Yeah, I think he should have just kept doing more of this shit. Like, anytime he was kind of minus, just hold up. I like hold up back a little bit more versus Johnny, I think, in general. Right? Anytime you make mistakes like this versus Johnny, I find that... Right, like you're trying to do something and then you whiff a button. I like holding just up back here because he's almost always gonna chase with Zwei, right? So like when you do this and you hold up back, you tend to block this like airborne a lot of the times or dodge it, and you're like in the air and he gets to dash up for free. But the idea is like it's YYRC, man. Like half the time you're gonna have to block. So I just want him to have the least advantageous situation ever. But a lot of people will like whiff buttons or options versus Johnny, and they don't hold up back versus him in that mid-range where it's hard for him to consistently play around it. They'll like backdash here, and then he does YYRC, and it just like owns the backdash. But I think there's something to be said about him legit just like being super patient, taking all the free block strings. Like, if Zwei isn't hitting him and Zwei is just blocking a ton of pokes, like, you're gonna eventually, like, out-resource him. And you could get, like, real fucking basic with it, you know? Like, you could get any random IAD once you have 75 bar, and then, like, if you're in the corner, I would imagine, like, 6k RC into close slash is, like, probably solid, right? Because I would imagine you could do, like, 6k close slash H-Dolphin, maybe? Like, right away? I don't think you would need more time to charge, but maybe, right? I think he could have played it better with his patience, because his Y didn't really like actively get hits outside of like KTP wiggling around too much, and then he would just be like, oh, May's in the air, I can dash through her, she can't stop this. Like he was good at recognizing those situations, but if KTP didn't give them to him, they like never came up. So I think it's a more interesting set to me if he like doesn't go with that. Oh, whoops! I was gonna say, why is Fox on here, but it's because they probably finished the Thunder Knight. We're almost done now. We're almost done. There's a lot more one-sided sets too in this top 8, which has also been attributing to like why it's so fast, because the Texas Showdown top 8 has a lot of like 1-2s and shit like that. There's a lot more like back and forth and adaptations and stuff. I want to say this set was pretty similar. I think there were just more car crashes, and I think Pat's execution was like a little worse. Here's the thing I was talking about, by the way, where now it's a Corey video. Yeah, he does use the song quite a bit. Oh no, this is a deep one. You can't backdash that. Maybe Johnny can, but probably can't in terms of frame advantage. Not getting coin there is huge. Yeah, I never take that burst. I don't take the first like OTG burst, especially if you're Chipp. You probably do want like higher value out of this shit. Oh, it's a huge misinput. 2S is weird. I don't know why you would press 2S here as Johnny. I get that it's like the button that reaches, but I think like at that point you're just pressing like anything. The idea is like if you block a little differently there, you don't have to press 2S. Oh, that was a spooky burst. Oh, what a bait. That's off. This is rough. I know that you have to do this. This is one of those like around 6p. 2k is probably better than you think. I mean, I think the idea is like if he's gonna do dash up 6p, you could probably just block it and do other stuff. Chipp's a character I'm okay with blocking for a while because like he is not really gonna open you up with throws, or sorry, without throws, and throws are like not that big a deal. This is rough. I guess you have to, right? You just legit have to. Once you're here, it's kind of hard to tell yourself, like, I'll just do backdash. But I think maybe versus Johnny, it's, like, not that bad. I don't know if Johnny's 5k reaches for the punish on IB1 on Resho. I mostly say because like him losing that 50 is so brutal. It's gonna like make it really hard to do anything else for sure. Like to me, Chipp as a character or as Johnny, I'd be pretty okay with just like walking and blocking him more. I do the same with Bike It every now and then. Pretty rarely, but like here I would just walk and block again. And like worst case he H teleports and I'll like walk out of it probably. As in like he'll teleport himself into the corner and then at that point then it's really hard to do pressure as Chipp. Right? It's little things like that. And if you walk forward, like you don't get clipped there. So it's like I would basically like IB that, which is usually where you want to IB. And I would walk forward like right here. And if he H teleports, which is maybe what they do, he'd end up right behind me. Yeah, I am intentionally blocking him to be right on defense. Yeah. I think Chipp is a character that's worth doing that versus. He kind of like wants you to chase him, right? As I think, so like if you're another character here who has like a more viable air dash, it's really worth paying attention to like the things that Chipp is doing here, right? So like if he does teleport backdash and you air dash at him because you see that you're too far for like your ground pokes or anything like that versus Chipp, he's going to recover and he's going to 6p you there like every day of the week, right? And if you micro dash, press a poke, which is like the other thing a lot of people would do defensively, like it's not going to work. I would rather be actionable and see him do the backdash and then prepare for that. Or like I said, like walk it. If I'm a character like Johnny without a run, probably walk and take the corner if he H teleports. But Chipp block strings are like super. Let me turn the light on in my room. They're super underwhelming, man. It's just close slash. Like, it's just close slash, and he doesn't really have anything else if you're not worried about like command grab. And the other thing you have to realize is like any confirm. He's like a bedman a little bit. Basically, most confirms worth doing with Chipp are going to involve pretty solid burst points, especially in the corner, right? Like, it's okay to just block and take a bunch of gambles and collect a bunch of risk, because how is he going to get around doing, what's it called, Shinkiro? You only do that for 6p? No, I just do it for, like, all of them. It's just, all is pressure, so if you ever want to, like, get an idea on it, go try to do block strings with Chipp and you'll see how tight all of his cancels are. Like, all of his Gatlings are really airtight. They don't let him delay any of that shit ever. And he doesn't have any multi-hitting moves, right? So most of his shit is dialed in like really far in advance. If he's doing run up 6p, he's gonna press like S after it. He's gonna do run up 6p close slash, and every time he close slash staggers, that's like RPS depending on the character you play. Or he throws you and all of Chipp's throw Okizeme is RPSable, really. That's a good snipe. I wonder why he Cade teleported or teleported in place here. I feel like he could have just kept running. Right? Yeah, I don't know why he did that. Mostly because like you have to be careful about like Johnny's effective range. Wow, that only one hit? Word. Never dead angle, thank God. Oh, he didn't have the bar for it. I had the meter confused. I'm telling you, like, too many people like try to dead angle this, and it's like a really bad response. You just want him to do either the mix, or a lot of the times he'll overthink it. A lot of Johnnies will overthink it and try to safe jump the one option you have. Burning 50 bar there is pretty great though. I think Will is being like why has like no reason to be this impatient versus Chipp. You can kind of just wait. Like, you could probably just 5H cancel and just wait there, I think. Having 75 bar versus Chipp is just, I'm gonna press S plus H on Reaction City. That's 50 bar for FD, yeah. It's a really good 6p. Good awareness. That's rough. This is like character to character, feels like. You don't know how anyone YYRCs that shit's hard? I mean, you just practice it. It's just an input. It's not really like an input that's hard, it's just the timing. You don't like looking at that? Me either. I don't like looking at this. This catches other backdashes, not this one. Or he needs like a better frame advantage to work with. Like, I don't like 2S because if he doesn't run at you and like does other stuff here, it looks like this. If he doesn't run at you and he just spaces around, then you like, he just gets on top of you another way. It also doesn't lean into like H teleport RPS that well. Like, if he H teleports instead there in U2S, you just die. And like I said, blocking 6p is kind of like not that big a deal. You know what's crazy is this might have been the one point of the combo that wasn't burstable. Isn't that kind of wild? Like, I mean, he didn't have it, but like, and you can still burst this, but you have to burst the 2H on hit. What would Chipp do to beat you intentionally blocking? Throw. That's what else is he gonna do, bro? That's the thing. Like that is unironically like what he has to do. He has to throw you. And if you don't have good reversal options, that's actually not that bad versus like for Chipp. It's not great, but if you have anything decent on Wake Up versus him, it's like you just kind of block the throw mix. Oh, he 2S, but the timing was a little off, so he gets thrown out of it. Like, Stand Blitz is also kind of crazy here because there's not really any mix-up. There's really no reason to waste your bar here versus Chipp. Chipp cannot do any meaningful mix-up here. So you just block. Like, I just crouch block. The worst he can do is he can time 6k meaty and try to get that to combo. And that's, like, not easy to do. But, like, this is objectively, like, a pretty bad Stand Blitz in my... Well, can't say objectively. That's fucked up to say. But this is a pretty bad tap blitz to do in regards to, like, understanding the threats of Chipp. Like, I'd rather do this when he's actually gonna do, like, a high-low or something. Can you get the link to your guys' Discord? What? Somebody link that guy NorCal AFGC, I guess. Please. That's where most people ping for Exert games if you're trying to get fucked up. Just run up throw seems like a pretty rough option to rely on. Yeah, I don't think Chipp is that hot. I think Chipp is pretty average. Well, that's being unfair. I think Chipp is easier to like block than a lot of the other characters. He's like easier to risk reward and like uncomplicate the matchup with a lot of characters. But yeah, this is always like a pretty bad tap blitz. Like you'd always rather have your tap blitz like right here. Oh wait, did we get the bug? I wasn't looking. Did we get the bug? I think it was, right? It was the first frame. He didn't lose the 25 bar. Because I was like, wait, how did he get the 25 back? It was on the first frame. It was the blitz bug. Let's go. Bugs. Bugs in the game. We love bugs. There's no way that's a bug? What do you mean? You think they let him do this on purpose? You think Johnny being allowed to be incorrect on reversal blitz and keeping the bar is not a bug? Surely we're not that tinfoil hat, right? What bug? If Johnny gets hit on like the first frame he reversal blitzes and he does it incorrectly, he gets the bar back. He doesn't spend it. And you can see him if you go like frame by frame, he flashed blue for like a frame. So you know he blitzed. Because you see the color on the character. Surprised there's still bugs in the game? Thought they'd patch it out? You would think. You know, you really would think. But yeah, you can see him like flash blue for probably the single frame he gets hit. This is pretty good if you're... See, like, this is kind of what I mean. In situations when he's on hit, you can just wait. Right? 25 bar is so good to just have versus Chipp. What's he gonna do? Age teleport and he has the 50-50 with you? His punishes on it tend to be like things you can RPS with after. It's usually okay. I like that he holds the space. You always want to like... That's a good response. You do, even versus a character like Chipp who can just get out pretty easily, that's not an excuse to not like try to hold space. In other words, like, once you kind of see them up there, it's even easier as a character like Johnny because like, why wouldn't you do this? But you want to give the space up, right? So that you kind of like keep them without the ability to move out of the corner, right? Because you're already where the Johnny icon is, right? So it's like, how can this guy air dash forward if it's going to land like right here? If anything, they can patch and rollback years after. You know, we've made that joke already, that they should have just fixed it when they put the rollback patch in. No, having 25 bar is a huge deal, especially in this matchup. This might be the matchup. Even as an answer, I don't actually care that much about the Johnny bug, like that much. I'm sure it's come up once or twice, but I can't think of anyone worse than Chipp. I think the fact that it can happen like that versus Chipp is like, it's got to be the worst one. Because 25 bar is like broken versus Chipp. You can wait for so many like potential spots to like threaten the option on reaction. Yeah, he does a good job. He jails him. Gamma gets punished. It's gonna be really hard to burst. I do think it'd probably be worth bursting that though. Dashes back. I think he's like overthinking it. I also don't really get why he's pressing like 2H so much. I mean, it's hard to punish, but I think the idea is like once Pat shows that he knows how to interact with outside of bait, that's just a bad drop. I'm aware, yeah. I'm aware. You didn't have to tell me. It's pretty obvious. It's like, oh, I shouldn't say pretty obvious, but hard baits don't look like that. That's not a hard bait. That's a I miss my cancel, like, into a button for sure. But yeah, not really sure like what Zwei keeps doing 2H for, because he like at this point he's like psyching himself out because he's like, oh, I need to go back in case Pat does like 6P, and like he kind of just like submits his offense off of it. Or it's like you could just press like any grounded button besides 2H and to be pretty good. Locking Chipp on purpose is so crazy to you? You didn't think character would lose on offense? You play Jam and you didn't think that? That's crazy. There's hella characters lose to you on offense. Not lose, but have to think about it. It's more the fact that like you can't chase Chipp that well, man. You almost want him to do those things to you. I don't think that's worth it. I think I always take the K-Finder there. I don't think I care about any potential knockdown if it's going to put me in the corner here. I think I always take the K-Finder over this shit. This shit gets awkward real fast. Oh, missed the confirm, but kind of doesn't matter. Missed the confirm again, kind of doesn't matter. Gamma, yeah. You also want to be patient. This is also why you don't want to like this is also why you kind of don't want to recklessly mash too much versus this character, although a button like 2S would probably reach there. But it's really the fact that he has things like Gamma to check lazy like fuzzy mashing. And it's not like Gamma's that busted, but it's there. To the point that people will let you do offense because that's the worst part of your kit. Wild. It's the most controlled version of Chipp, is how I think of it. His options are the most linear on his offense, funny enough. It's hard to predict what Chipp is going to do in neutral. But it isn't in his offense. He doesn't have like that many options. His offense is like pretty linear. He missed the 2D to space around DP. Kind of doesn't matter too much so far. Kind of just looking like the usual interactions of the matchup. You missed the 2D? Word. I guess word. I figured it was just 2D. It was on purpose. That's a bad 5D. I'm not gonna lie. All right. Confirmation. That was on purpose 5D. Word. Oh, this is scary though. A lot of pressure resets coming through. Not a lot of opportunities to stabilize. But not being leveled means that's why I had to spend a lot of resources to get all this shit going. Oh, what a teleport. I usually just hold up back there. Random 6k finds its mark. This is kind of low, but I don't think it matters, yeah. I think Pat FD's a little too much in this matchup too. I think he only needs to FD like that first hit, but he keeps FDing like too much. Attacks Pat's old man reactions. It's fucked up, man. I say that, but then I'll press like Suzerain throw a lot versus Pat. I try not to in general, mostly because I think it's still predictable if you just do it all the time, but he does have a hard time versus it. Yeah, you can't ever really... Well, I can't say you can't ever, but this is a good example of understanding like when air throws are more likely or less likely to be like guaranteed, right? The idea is like when you're whiffing here, you can't really get it here. You have to be... If you're like over here, you can probably get the air throw. Because the idea is by the time this finishes recovering, this person will already be too far that you can't abuse the like the throw extended throw hurt box, right? So if you jump right now, you're pretty much like always missing that air throw. But if you're like a little further back, like over here, and you crouch and you whiff a normal in that context, then you can get it a lot of the times. Even versus Chipp JD. Well, not versus Chipp JD. But you would get the IB and he would be forced to make another decision. Yeah, like, I'm telling you, most chip pressure is, like, not a big deal. It's a little bit more of a big deal if you get thrown directly in the corner, because at least now he can H teleport directly into 50-50s. But outside of that, it really isn't that big a deal. And even his 50-50s just lose to S plus H if you guess right. So it's not the end of the world a lot of the times. But it's a lot of his pressure is dialing in a preemptive option because he kind of has to. Close slash, plus on block. Dagger for a frame trap. Delay 6p, I think, just to do more. And then it's like, he's going to do off 6p, he kind of has to do 2D or 6H, both of which you just kind of IB and then gamble. Corner offense isn't something that you can just let happen. You can still kind of let it happen, but it's more threatening for sure than the middle of the screen. I really don't put that much stock in like Chipp's offense in these situations, because even if I say like take the throw and he does his combo will put me back in the middle of the screen anyway, like his good combo. You'll have to do the high alpha, put me back in the middle of the screen, and then all his Okazeme is kind of whatever again. Or you can just burst that combo before. They use so many times. It's mostly like a Johnny thing. He doesn't have to hit other characters this much, but Johnny for sure. Oh, I don't like that he's like right here. I feel like this is so scary with coin. If Johnny just coins like right here. If he throws coin, it reaches. And I totally get, I think the issue, assuming, you know, like this is what he's going for, if he's trying to like move forward and get Johnny to whiff like far slash here and then go in afterwards, Johnny might be like the hardest character to get like good mileage out of that versus, because it's just so hard to punish the recovery on his normals. And when he recovers, like he's either gonna like put a hitbox right here again, or he's gonna backdash. And if he backdashes, then the whole point of like the break dies. And so it's not that you can't do it to him, it's just like he's like the hardest guy to do it versus. And even worse, right, if they're ever like the type that's like, you know what, they've been doing a lot of dash break, they can just throw coin and it hits like right here, and it's like a pretty, if they just get coin out, it's pretty hard for them not to tell themselves like, why don't I just dash behind it. If anything, he could probably do this from even farther and it would accomplish like a similar goal. But coin specifically is why all of these are like, I'm like, oh god, these are all so scary. Teleporting himself in the corner is rough. Gotta wait for your burst. But you can burst right here. When he presses that point and he has to do something like this, or he has to do like far slash 2H. Either one would be solid. That's what I would have gone for. Because he should be close enough. Johnny should be close enough that you can either wait for this visual confirmation on IAD and then burst here, or you can see far slash, and off of far slash he kind of has to 2H, and 2H will like rise into your burst. So you burst when the far slash hits you as he's going into 2H. Yeah. This to me is always like a little cheesy. It tends to work on a lot of people, so I guess it's fine if he like keeps doing it. But I think you can always kind of like react to the sparkle that he's doing. It's like the only reason Johnny would do that animation is if he's trying to empty land and do this. And so you can always, because to me the idea is like, if I got hit, I might as well just look at Johnny. Like, there's not really anything I get out of like doing anything besides looking at Johnny right now. So the same logic applies on the mix-up. Alright. Like, I get hit, alright, I guess I'm just looking at Johnny. And if I see that twinkle, it's because he did this. And so, usually you can just do the regular 4H. If for whatever reason he's doing, like, misstance, which he can't in this context, he already used his air dash. But if he's ever doing, like, the one where he tries to, like, teleport into you or away, then you just do 4H Roman cancel, and you should be fine in, like, either context. That was really scary. That was like possibly the scariest point to burst. Oh, that was terrifying. I usually burst so like here. Like right as he jumps into this JD. It's by no means consistent, but he needs to do that if he would like his combo to work. He can like maybe do Rising JH and like OS and get the knockdown, but it's pretty unlikely they're just doing that shit, honestly. I think that caught the end lag of air dash. I'm telling you, man, like look at Chipp's thing. Like he doesn't really like mix ever. His redashes can be really threatening versus other people. You just don't see it as much on display because other people when he redashes into a lot of other characters, they don't consistently punish him super hard, but any button from Johnny is just death. So like he has to be super respectful of Johnny. Look at her though. Kind of weird that he did IADJS there. I could have just done nothing or JH here because he's so far in the front that he's gonna land on Zwei. He's never like going through him there. Ew. Ew. That was unlucky. I think it was a timing in between the two hitboxes. It was really unlucky. Ugh. Yeah. Like a hurtbox moment. This is pretty cool though. I kind of wish he would have teched in the air dash back. Oh, that's huge. 50 bar for nothing is riff. Okay, but the level's out. Yeah. I wish he would be a little bit more willing to do... Well, I guess he did die for air dash back. So maybe that's like in his brain right now. But I was going to say, in a lot of these spots, I wish he would keep committing to... like, just landing and blocking. If he already, like, got chased on the air dash. Or if he's actionable, you just do the air dash again. Backdash gets caught. This time he actually had the frame advantage for it. This is kind of tricky to get on Johnny correctly, I think. This should clean up. Oh no, I remember this. He misses the double jump. I remember this. He would have had the kill, but he misses the double jump forward on jump kick. And so he can't, like... Once he does this, he knows he can't, like, fix it anymore. Like, he can't jump into the combo anymore, so he just ends it. For anybody that's like, why wouldn't he just like win? He did neutral jump cancel on accident instead of forward jump cancel. Oh my god, I can't believe the Alpha Plus worked. That's crazy. That was terrifying Alpha Plus. And 5d6 is the burst. Or sorry, burst the 5d6. That's good. You can low-key wait a little longer, but I mean it's guaranteed. I would probably also just burst this the moment I see the 5d6 animation. Low? No, high. I would have got hit. Doesn't kill because Johnny's guts are starting to kick in. Oh, yeah. Good, what's it called? Chip round. Although I will say, like, there's some weird moments in here for sure. Unlike the stuff he got hit by. But it was mostly a good round. It's just do good mix kind of round. Oh, what a jab. Oh, that was sneaky. I would have got hit too. Yeah, like, you just block this, right? So I mentioned it because, like, earlier he did, like, random tap blitz, and it's like, Chipp doesn't really do a mix-up here. He just kind of presses 5k or 2k. He does one or the other. Sometimes he 6ks, but it's hard to ever get anything out of it. He just eats throw. All is okay. Like, this is kind of it. And he kind of has to time that. Like, there's a good shot that he honestly didn't hit the meaty. It's pretty hard to get that from what I've seen. Kind of like an unnecessary burst. That was good. It was spaced out. Nice return blitz. Air dash? No, just late JS. Oh, what a throw. Oh, that sucks. This is where I like to hang out in that airspace. I don't like always forcing the neutral versus Johnny, no matter like who I play. If I have a lead, like, Johnny's gonna get bar anyway, man. Like, it's not worth, like, overthinking it. But when I dim, like, kind of spaced out like this, I like the idea of, like, jumping into this space. I mentioned it earlier, but I like hanging out here because most Johnnies just get really fucking impatient. They just don't like the idea of actually playing a ton of, like, spaced out interactions. And so they just rip it. Eventually, they just rip it. And as long as they're sub 50 bar, like he is right now, Like, that's not good for them a lot of the time. And it's pretty hard for him to punish that kind of shit. Like, just jumping into that space and then giving up space. That I think I would, like, try to do it more. I don't like the, like, air dash stuff into Johnny as much because it's easier for his backdash or coins to play around it, like, really trivially. Dead as fuck, yeah. You know what's funny is I think that wasn't a punish. It looked like he mashed 2S after it recovered. Oh, probably DP. You wanted a DP is what it was, right? Oh no, that was a punish, I think. It kind of looked like the crouch animation startup on beta, but it wasn't. Kind of low, but I've already seen that doesn't matter apparently on Chipp. Yeah, here you always, I think you always just take the, hit. I don't like dead angling versus Johnny because of shit like this. Like, it's just so easy for him to do shit like this. That it's genuinely, in my head, it's like super underwhelming. It's kind of different for a character like Chipp maybe because you really just can't utilize your health bar at all in this matchup as like a resource in the slightest. So I get the idea more. I think this argument is different if you play like heavy Oki characters. If you play like Dizzy or Milia, like maybe this is worth it, right? Like you get the dead angle and like you might win off of it. But I find like, I don't know, it's scary as Chipp, one way or the other. But I wish he would have kept the bar. Especially because if he does the jump, there's like only one reason he does it and you can react and blitz it. Which is like, I think that's like what I usually do here. So like if you wait and you see this like moment he jumps up, tap blitz right here with your bar, and then when he comes down he has to like, now he kind of has to guess what he's gonna do, or he has to spend like another 25 bar, right? And that, to me, that's like, okay, that's cool. Like I'm just forcing Johnny to spend as much as I can because he's just gonna get a good situation anyway. I might as well make him spend as much as possible to get it. Yeah, I think he faultlesses Johnny a lot too, for more than maybe like the hits necessary. Like he does one and then he does like another one like there. That was a big hit. Oh, that's a rough miss. Yeah, I like that more. He was doing a lot of, well, he wasn't doing a lot. He was doing like occasional jump backs and stuff, and I think this is really stable versus a character like Johnny a lot of the times. Especially if he isn't leveled or doesn't have the 25 bar. If you jump and you feel like you're a little too close to Johnny, you can generally like reset a lot versus a character like him. So this is kind of why, I mean, it's okay. I get that he's okay with this trade, but the coin is why I think that Johnny also doesn't really mind that situation that much. This is kind of the thing I was trying with Fiery too, where it's like, no matter how good Chipp Oki is, pressing forward or back or S plus H will always be obnoxious for him. Pretty much always, unless he's like doing super Oki. Because like, this is arguably like Chipp's best Oki. Right? Not, I mean, maybe that's wrong. I don't know, I can't say that for sure, but he's here really early. Like, he's here really early and he has a secondary air action, so he's going to be able to do even more layered mix, and so he does like immediate low, it gets backdashed, and he gets punished, right? Chipp is a character you could just gamble on versus do shit like that. As kind of anybody really. It's hard to burst. Yeah, that's tough to burst. This is one of the few times I don't take that burst the way I normally do. Because if he does like a DJC coin here, DJC coin, you can't get like the bursts the same way that you can when you're like get hit by the first hit and then burst right there and deny the second level. If he like does the route differently, you also kind of don't want your burst to be dicey in this spot. So as rough as it is, I would also probably just hold it. I would maybe do it here though on the close slash. I don't usually do it, but it's one of those like dire circumstances kind of moments. Oh, forward slash on hit. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, he does a super and then like, I think he just gets hit after, right? All the meter in the world. Delay burst is solid here. Oh, he could have just blocked. That was a mid. Yeah. I would say most of it feels like standard matchup interactions where it's just hard for Chipp to kill Johnny fast enough before he can kind of swing at him and then kill him in roughly 2 exchanges. And then you always need to get close to Johnny in order to win the round as Chipp, so it's kind of like hard to ever avoid that sort of outcome. But I do think, for what it's worth, I liked the later half more when he kind of backed off a little bit. I'm not too sure, honestly. That matchup does seem rough. I'm not sure like what he really could have done like easily differently that would have helped him a lot. I think maybe a little bit like different defensive decision making could have helped him out. It felt like he just blocked a lot of button into YYRC, and it's easy to say in like retrospect, but I think playing for the instant block on the button right before that situation and just gambling on the throw is maybe like a thing he has to do there a little bit more. But I get it in the sense that you can't just stick your hand out as Chipp, right? It's easy to just say like, oh, well, when I fuck this up, like I eat his unscaled starter and lose 60-70% of my health. And it's not exactly easy to burst. But I do think the air throw or the like waiting and then blitzing there would have been pretty solid. I think sometimes he still kind of runs in a little too much versus Johnny when he could like basically jump a little bit more at him, not even with the intention of actually making approaches happen off of it, but more like in the hopes of just getting rid of coins and shit. I tend to just jump at Johnny a lot every now and then and like threaten that I could do something where he has to like either backdash or 6p or throw a coin and not think about it, and they tend to throw coins and not think about it and just kind of get rid of them for no reason. Yeah, this one's interesting. I want to say I remember this playing out pretty similar to how it usually does between the two of them, where Day was like pretty calculated on his decisions every now and then, and the chip damage like stacked up enough, and I think Zwei probably didn't make enough like defensive decisions cleanly enough to like to ever put Day in like bad spots consistently. And I want to say that's like usually how it works between them. Yeah, up around start's pretty interesting. It's interesting that he's willing to leverage the trade at round start versus coin, but I guess like that's like good thing to like show. Johnny seems like a good matchup for Biken. I disagree. I think Johnny players hate it. I think it's even. I think Biken does fine. I used to hate it, but then I realized like how you play it, and it's fine. It's about as good as you could ask versus a character like Johnny outside of shit like Disney, I guess. Definitely not worth complaining about as Biken though. That's a good trade for Johnny. Just kind of wait. Here I would do the same thing. I'd kind of just walk. Misses the knockdown, but... So, actually, this is a good example. Day does kind of like what I do. I think tech buttons are, like, fucking useless versus Johnny. Air tech buttons are, like, ass. But when he fucks up combos, you want to delay tech like this. A lot of times, like, neutral tech. And when he does, like, his weird, like, dash shenanigans, you do, like, a delay press and you just get a hit like this. And, like, this is money, right? Because he might get a knockdown. Oh, he just didn't... He went for it. What makes Biken Johnny even or slight losing? I think she plays... I think they both just kind of, like, match each other's risk-reward pretty well. The way I would put it is Biken brings a really uniquely strong option to the table in the form of a zombie. I think the neutral at level 1 isn't too bad for Biken either, the more I've gotten better at it. I think max range crouches on me, puts in a lot of work versus like autopilot K-misfiner zoning, and Johnny can't easily punish that kind of thing. But Johnny being able to threaten throw at any point versus Biken and just his general output on damage in general is like more than enough to balance it out. If he wasn't for his throw combo, it'd probably be bad for Johnny, I think. But the fact that or the fact that if Biken ever does crouches on me and he waits, 5k is a guaranteed punish, that shit is like 50% health. And that's usually not the game that Biken is playing with people when she does a zombie. Like, it's funny to describe because the way I would put it is Biken's zombie is busted and saves her a lot, but it is also kind of like her only thing versus Johnny defensively. So it's like, that is your lifeline, but it's also how you die a lot versus Johnny. It's a thin line to ride as Biken. Nice. Slayer or Johnny specific confirm. No blitzes, by the way. I like representing on shenanigans. This isn't necessarily one of them. But more so, like, the moment I see shit like this, Tap blitz is like ingrained in my head a lot versus a character like this in spots like this where anti-airs are weird, like they're not consistent. So I usually tell myself like, okay, I'll just press tap blitz once to show that he can't just like air dash all the time. But the spacing is weird and it works out better for Johnny mashing here. Okay, that's solid. You get the jail. Daymendou like immediately gambles. He doesn't even wait to, which is really funny. He plays for what? The low, I guess, is what it looks like, maybe? I don't know. It's interesting. But it seems like he just gets the read, essentially. Oh my god, he wanted this backdash to explode. Holy shit. Whenever I see meaty crosswise, I'm like, damn, you really didn't want to deal with anything. Like, he wanted that super to lose. He wanted that backdash to lose. Like, he was out for blood. But I was better there, I think. If I see Slayer disappear, at least the first time. I kind of hate Slayer because he's really good at punishing me for it too, but spots like this where I'm just waiting around. Hold on. Long man. No, it's just random FGC music, but I know that that's like the Maximilian Dude outro song. Like, it's like what, Alpha 3 Sakura theme, I think. Where were we? I think this is when he does, yeah, he does the air dash back thing. Boom, boom. Oh, I was gonna talk about the teleport. Like, once I see him disappear, I'm usually like bashing 4H here the first time to make sure like I don't just get thrown or reset like this all the time. But I do fall for it immediately when they start doing like backdash the other way and then like late jump cancel BDC stuff off of it. I thought this was funny. I don't think this is as insane as Badamp made it out to be. I saw this happen in real time and I was like, it's just Slayer 2D spaced out. What would make it so bad? Like, this is plus, like, this is just safe at this distance. It's only bad in the sense that the other person would have to press a button preemptively, but you're not really hitting this on reaction, honestly. Not really. So this isn't that weird. It was just kind of funny. You just hate that he was right. I think it's weird that this just got the hit in general, for sure. He definitely was just like expecting it to be safe on block. Oh, he didn't even try. No. He didn't even try for the RPS. Again, I think it's like an important level 1 thing to represent. Once you see the IB, you gotta at least try to throw it, right? And make sure that they do the JD and then you play for JD after instead. But backdash here is a real Johnny brain type of interaction. But the 2D hits, so fuck it. But it's a little too close for the coin route, but I think he could have actually, I think he could route around that actually. It's one of those like minor like tidbits, but I think you can do Kara coin there off the 2S hit. You might need DJC, but I think Kara coin cuts it. Just do Kara coin and that burst misses. What do I mean RPS when you hit the IB on Helter? Well, you can air throw the JH after, right? Oh, he's a 4-frame jump startup. That really matters? I didn't fucking know that. I figured it would be like only Potemkin gave a shit about that. Yeah, I guess backdash is fine then. I just want to see it. Wait, can he not 6P it? In my heart of hearts, I somehow believe that you can. You always just thought you could press 5P when you IB Alter. Not everybody's 5P hits the way yours does. So, probably not. Oh, I can't. I wonder if I can do... You really can't do anything. It's more a curiosity thing. I wonder if that's better, though.
Or actually, I wonder... Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like I'm still not... That shit fucking owns. That's funny. Wait. The goat? What about the goat? 5 frames? Oh, still too slow. This is more plus than I thought. Like, up front. This is like frames off, it feels like. I guess you do just do... Wow, you can actually backdash so early you get clipped. That's crazy. That's how early you can backdash out of this. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, it's probably not worth it. It's easy to just, like, not give a shit about bars, Johnny. And tell yourself, like, this is probably fine. But if you can't throw it, I wouldn't bother. Personally, I would also just chill at that point then. I don't know if I would backdash, though. I guess it is kind of free. That's funny. That means Leo can't do it either. Or Axel or a bunch of other random characters. Yeah, that means Venom can't do it. Alright, I looked away. I was only trying to go to wherever he bursts. Yeah, you can definitely carve a coin there, I'm pretty sure. One of the shortened coin distances baits burst. And I think it was carve coin. Carve coin's a lot easier to pull off there. That's on block. That's fine. You eat that trade as Slayer. I will say, like, minor tidbit, but I do think this is, like, worth noting for, like, any Slayers. And Dade seems like he does it more than others, is, like, sometimes you just block, bro. Like, even when it seems obvious that, like, BDC would be essentially free, right? Like, on this situation, like, how is Johnny really jailing the BDC here instantly? But it's also, like, you could just wait for shit like this and then get out on, like, known gaps in block strings. And it's... worse blocking, obviously, but the idea is, like, as long as you're comfortable with later parts of strings as Slayer, it's not like blocking up front is necessarily bad, right? You can start to specifically look for things like this on purpose. And it continues to add value to Slayer's ability to wiggle out of shit. Nice throw. Yeah. Yeah. That shit was, like, frame for frame, it looked like. Yeah, it was. Word. That's a good chase. Low or wait? Wait's good. Yeah, so I was gonna say this is the reason I don't like the idea of backdash, but I guess Johnny Backdash is just Johnny Backdash, man. I was in my head like, what if he just chases the backdash? But I guess it just doesn't matter that much. Yeah, what's up, Aether? I wouldn't spend my bar here. Oh, he threw too early. That's funny. Or he missed the input. I'm always of the mindset here, like, I think it's fine not to spend your bar here. Because it's kind of, like, unlikely that you're going to kill before that burst is coming back at the rate this is going. Especially if you hit the low. That I'm like, I think it's probably worth just, like, toughing it out versus Slayer. Like, he's not going to kill you off whatever thing he's picking on Wake Up, even if he does knock you down off of it. And if he does, it's going to be a burst point no matter what. But I do think tossing the last 50 is, like, kind of greedy. As Johnny there. I can't believe he pressed 2k again. I thought he would just full backdash here. Since Johnny didn't have a 25 bar. I feel like I do that a lot versus Johnny here, where I'm just like, well, he's gonna press a button. And if I don't trust, like, the interaction on shit like this, if he presses, like, bar slash or something, I usually just get out of dodge and force him to chase me. Crispy? Oh, that was a lot safer. Versus a factor, a little greedy, but yeah. So this is why you, like, have to wait for the far slash, obviously. Although even in this context, like, maybe you can route around it completely as Johnny, because you can just do coin wait, but you always have to wait for that coin. Oh, good escape. Good escape. I was about to say too, like, this seems like a free coin after that IB, right? Because it's like not punishable distance. It looked actually that might have still been 5k range low key. Johnny 5k is pretty cracked. But I would also probably have coin just to force the block, so the full like backdash escape into this is like really solid. Not space for the S-Finer knockdown. Oh, what a timing. What a timing on the approach. Yeah, I don't think there's a reason really to... I don't think there's like a reason to like S-Finer here if you know like you can approach. But it's easy to say that in like retrospect. Meaty Bite is really cheap. It's fine. I'm always actually more okay with this, right? The idea is like I am waiting for like Pile Bunker or like 2D at this point. And I'll get nickel and dime forever, but if it's gonna turn into like a bunch of resets, then I'll probably like keep playing the game some more. Because even as bad as this went, like for the most part, Johnny kind of doesn't give a shit about a lot of these interactions, which is crazy to say, right? He loses like half his health off random hits. But in my head, it's like, you get hit here, okay, it's fine. Still gonna like RPS on hit. Takes the RC, but doesn't bait the burst, so it's like... I don't think that backdash really makes sense on under pressure regular. Delayed coin is fine, you mash out, and I would still just block because you're waiting for shit like this to come out. And then I don't really trust the 5k on hit, but I mean you can. It's like what, -1 on hit? But I guess it was maybe even in that exact context because it was crouch and it was counter hit. That might have been like one of the few times you can't mash alongside shit like this. YYRC. Stable route. I wouldn't spend my bar. Mostly because I want Slayer to spend his, and I don't want him to get that dead angle on me, and I don't want to have to spend bar to debate a dead angle. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I can't believe he didn't blitz there. Full backdash. Oh, too early? Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I mash throw when Slayer disappears here. It's like, what else am I looking at, really, in this situation? I burst here, like, all the time, but people probably know that by now. I love that burst. It's really stable versus funny. I was kind of lucky that it, like, timed around it. This shit is not as much of an anti-anti-air as people might think. So I am actually secretly a little surprised that beat the Penis Finder, even at level 1 Finder. Also, when Slayer does this shenanigan shit to me, too, like on Oki, I'll just rip tablets a little bit more. Like, disappear, disappear, I'm like, I don't want to think about this shit, so I just press tablet. Because, like, worst case, he'll do some shit like that, right? Like, I would have died, but I'm always ripping that shit. I think you give up this space as Johnny here is what I would probably more lean towards. Because like if you don't get the level off of it, I feel like it makes sense to me that you want to account for what is probably going to be like tech, and then the farthest thing they can do is air dash after. So if they do tech air dash, they can end up like right here. So as Johnny, even though it's crazy, I would probably actually go like almost full screen here because like this option exists. And I'm positive if you just do like one backdash and wait there as Johnny, you just kind of like block this for free. But it's specifically because they can do that, you can't just tell yourself like, oh, I'll just like hold this spacing because you cover regular tech. Like right here, you cover regular tech for sure. But a lot of characters will tell themselves to sometimes commit to some shit like this if they have it. I think it's nice. Get a level for free. Oh, he threw too early, it looked like? like, maybe? I think I saw 5H's animation. But, like, not quite. Oh, he, like, tried to... I would never. I'm always just pressing H. I never OS that shit. I never OS it because I hate missing things because of an execution, when it's really just, like, I'd rather just be right if I'm committing a lot of the times. Though that obviously solves the issue of, like, how I usually die here. I don't think those are worth it. Really, the one exception is, like, if I play against somebody all the fuck... Like, if Day is, like, the local. If I'm going and getting beat up by daymendou at the local every month, then I'd probably practice some shit like this. But if it's, like, once in a blue moon when I fight characters, I don't, like, do it. Yeah, I know what the OS is. I'm aware why you do the OS. I'm saying I don't think it's worth missing and dying off of. Is like, my thought process. It's not that I don't get it. It's the same as when people do IB versus Leo and then try to do, like, their OS on the opposite side or whatever. When they IB wreck a 1. Like, you can do it. But it's like, to me, it's not worth it because I don't practice it enough. Right? Like, the way I would put it is there's only certain things that I do a little bit versus Johnny because we play once a month. But if I didn't play Johnny once a month, I would probably just simplify some of that shit. That's why I do solutions like that, personally. Specifically because it's never worth it. I would rather force them to have to give up offense and then call out the 4H instead than, like, end up here. Because, like, if you just press 4H or 6H there, then you just, like, always get it, basically. Dude, what the fuck was this? Also, Blitz, like I said, I think Blitz is great versus Slayer when he's being, like, really obnoxious. Because it's like, what Slayer, like, isn't pressing a button here, you know? At least not the first time. You get at least one freebie. People underestimate the freebie that is, like, one tap Blitz the first time. Because, like, I'm always getting blitzed here. I'm not going to fucking assume somebody does tap blitz the first time I IAD. Like, if you do, you got me. Right? And then I just don't make RPS out of it. But, like, even here, it's like, tap blitz is also very strong. Especially the closer and closer I get to having less bar, the more I'm like, yeah, I'll just tap blitz. Right? Or not the less bar. Closer and closer I get to dying, the less valuable the meter is, like, overall, right? In terms of making sure I use it correctly. Could have blitzed again. Crosswise to protect versus everything. Yeah, that was awkward. It's kind of awkward to get the timing on the IB punish there. Nice. That's a good catch. This also seems like one of those matchups where backdash coin round start just seems fucking good at, like, not losing to anything. It doesn't hit if they don't move at you, but it kind of seems like it doesn't lose too much. This is a big hit. No, I would always take the burst safe route. Walter White in the van, dude. Because, like, here, you can always see the close slash hit and then 2k. And, oh. Yeah, that air dash is eating right now. Nice throw. That's a rough drop. Oh, sweet. Free smoking on the throw OS. Love that. Oh, that's a big hit confirmed miss. Just fight for free. Dude, I get freed up by this shit. This is the shit that frees me up. I gotta OS my throw a little bit more, I think, here. Like, I'll see like that one and I'll try to throw and then I'll always get caught by that. It happens like every time. Punishment's not usually that crazy though. And now it makes sense. Like, now I'm also just doing fucking meaty crosswise. 100 bar? You're blocking me, bro. For sure you're blocking me. That's funny. The super got crossed up anyway, so it gave coin. Same thing, by the way. I think this was basically the same reason that he got hit last time, I think. Right? Oh no, it was 5k. It was actually 5k losing that time. That's interesting. I don't really mash that much on Slayer redashes, but there's probably, like, arguments for it. I find the 4H, like the delayed 4H, is, like, usually pretty safe. But I'm usually content with it. These, by the way, to me, are the situations where I don't know. I don't think people should freak out in these spots. Nothing is happening, but that's okay, if that makes sense. Once this happens and daymendou waits around, I would probably also... You wish you had Bike in 4H? Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty gas. Maybe not in like that context where I'm talking right now, but it's pretty fucking busted. It's got no hurt blocks on it, man. I honestly don't even know if the coin toss is like worth it here for Johnny a lot of the times. Because if you're really worried about Mappa, then you just kind of play for Mappa and like IB, you know, like buffer some IBs and stuff. But nothing happening here is perfectly fine, honestly. I think people really freak out when nothing happens, and there's not really like a point. Damn, if she had Alpha 6HS. So fucking scared. She needs another good reversal option. That's what we're giving her. Another good reversal option. But yeah. In fact, the coin's fine. I think one coin is fine. I also don't think running up makes a ton of sense because you're so far with Johnny here that it's kind of obvious that like Day is playing to play on reaction. That I almost think that just like the very occasional misfire stance, forward dash, rip it on block and see what he does is fine. But when I say occasional, I mean occasional. If the neutral has boiled down to a stalemate, like a true stalemate like this, then you just feel it out. There is no rush in my head. Like, I'm cool with this a lot of the times. We're just accepting that one of us is going to commit and the other is going to be trying to be prepared for it. And that's fine. Right. There's an argument you could do like run up lows here too, so that 6p loses value, but I find that, I mean, it feels kind of like samey on both sides. It's like if he 6ps and you press the better button, kind of just hits you. And if you dash up and you press one of those buttons and he presses like 5k, like he'll probably still win anyway. So I don't really think dashing up and pressing a button ever seems reasonable there. But I also don't think it's worth getting impatient in that distance. It really isn't. Just because nothing's happening doesn't really mean... That doesn't mean you have to be worried there. And the reason I'll say that, I think, especially in a matchup like this, is that nothing is happening for them either. You know, if you wait around long, like really long, at this distance as both of these characters, you're going to learn what the other guy does. You really are. Like, it sounds silly, but it's like, either that happens or you guys look at each other for 10 seconds. But human beings are going to crack usually. And I'd rather be the guy that doesn't crack a lot of the times. So I'll just keep waiting. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of neutral, man. Just feel that shit out. Yeah, like, this is fine. This is kind of fine. Really, the scariest part is that Slayer will give you a run for your money in terms of meter gain, potentially, if you don't play it right. But I do think Johnny is probably mostly fine. You're just looking for shit like this. Again, you kind of have to play for Tech Air Dash. I think it's a thing you have to consider. We said on bite is scary. Now it's like both people have money to party with, so a little different. Super RC 6H. Oh no, sorry, pile bunker. You can just pile bunker. Hey, air dash spacing. I do find that if the matchup plays out like this, it's probably more on Johnny to just kind of be ready to like react to everything. But in a way, it's probably fine. I think it's Slayer's also not closing that gap on you super easily, super reliably. And he's probably just gonna like whiff shit like this or try to fish for shit like this. Oh, big cow bunker. I mean, obviously he has like the resources for it by then, I think. I think he had just built the bar, right? Or did he build it on hit? No, he built it. He was gonna build it no matter what, yeah. Pile bunker checks everything. Him not having the RC on block means that he gets the free super, and so it's kind of rough. No one talks about how good Day is at playing the crowd. Day's great. He's very emotive in the moment. Yeah, you never dash up there. Because I think they always recover. Maybe there you can like 2H in time, but it's kind of dicey, right? Once you see the gold burst. Like you almost have to throw like a second coin and see what happens. But the idea is like he's already been grounded for a while. Not getting the level there is rough. Because now now Slayer kind of like doesn't give a shit about this offense, like for sure. Because like I would also just take the Gambit. Cross up is rude, but I would have fell for it. I probably would have returned both. Again, right? And plenty of moments to just like, I think it's worth representing because nobody should ever just get free anti-airs on or free air dashes on you in this game, especially Slayer. It's too big a deal. That like you take this blitz and like even if you're scared of the RPS, like you just play around it a different way, I think. It's a weird confirm to get, yeah. Second time he missed the input too. Seemingly. Now you're kind of fucked. Yep. Mostly because it's hard to leverage any, like, oh, I'll just gamble on the 6H right now because the gun is loaded again, right? So like you kind of have to respect the existence of it now that you don't have burst. Right? That's the hit. This doesn't kill, I think, but obviously the next guess does. Oh, yeah. Wow, what a timing. That really goes through 5k like perfectly, huh? On the, what is it, like 2k dash up immediately? Looks like. Oh, it was map. I thought it was 2k on black. That kind of makes sense, yeah. You were kind of saying this is why earlier when you think other Slayers, it makes sense because they'll autopilot Dandy Step a lot. He isn't doing that. He's just holding his ground. I mean, yeah, I think it throws a lot of people off when like you're not used to it. But a lot of the times what I tell myself is whatever I'm usually worried about that isn't that is like not really a factor anymore. Right? Is usually my thought process. Like I guess the way I would put it is if I'm like not leveled, then I'd probably just do this every now and then walk back and then walk forward and walk back and then walk forward. But in all honesty, like it's not, I don't see why I would stress too hard here as a character with like limited movement if they don't want to commit. Because the idea is I do lose if I do this, right? Like this is what they want to happen, so I just won't let it happen, is my thought process. And the coins don't solve your problem here. You would have to walk pretty close to get a coin. But unironically, like moving and blocking here is pretty solid. I mean, obviously, like the concern is this, but that's not going anywhere. So the idea is like you kind of like want to have to accept that this is just a matchup, and it's a pretty forgiving range. Like if they rip it and you block it, even from like here, like a lot of the times you can like still get this, or just whiff a button. Nothing really changes. But to me, the difference is like understanding like, oh, I actually have a reason to like commit or not. And if they're not giving you a reason, then you're just gonna let them dictate the pace. But their best option to consider is like kind of a gamble is the way I would put it, right? That's how I look at it. Because to me, I don't know, like Slayer's always like nickel and diming. And as Johnny, I feel like you just kind of want to get that one level, man. So that any of the slower pace stuff starts to get a lot scarier, because any slightly more calculated hit or gamble is going to lead to like potential big combos now. Right? Like the way I would put it is it's not like I'm implying that daymendou is handing out 5k punishes on Mappa, but the way I look at it is, I don't know, there's just like different stuff you could do. You could also just like jump randomly. And if it doesn't seem good, then you can do this. And you start to lose ground, but realistically, I mean, Johnny's not waiting that long before he tries to skip a little bit of a neutral. Right? That was a weird on hitbox. There it is. Dude, you know what's crazy? I could probably do this now. Like, decently easily. It'd be dash, jump. Oh, that's busted. That's busted. Beautiful with the device. Because you don't even really care if this is like that fast. I think the situation is enough. And it'll get faster as you practice the input. Anyways, that was a cool top 8. Like I said, I think that mostly what stood out to me, at least in like that grand final set, was a handful of like little things early on. Like I said, there were a lot of instances of like this or oh, you actually can get it when you play slash there. Alright, there were a lot of instances of this, and like me, a lot of the times if I'm chilling here, right, and I see him disappear, this is usually, I'm obviously not doing it that fast, but this is like my go-to at the beginning. And I'm not really a fan of OSing this, because like you don't, it's so hard to tell even if you're gonna end up like on that side or not sometimes versus Slayer. Like sometimes he will cross you up, and see like here he's not, right, on the forward dash. But if I take a step forward and I do this, like he probably will cross me up now, right? So like that kind of thing to me is just like inconsistent, when in reality, like I think you can just throw. Probably fine. Alright. Especially for a character like Johnny, where you can start to just do like probably 5 HRC, and it might actually be like kind of annoying for player in the sense that like you don't need that bar as Johnny a lot of the times. So he's probably more okay burning 25 on nothing than anybody else in the game. Right? It's not like it's a good thing, but the point is, I mean, you'll just reset in this mid-range. Technically, you're plus. Right? But I think early on, there was a lot of just getting thrown. There was a fuck ton of it. It was good awareness on Day's part, because Zwei was pretty passive off the rip, right? But I do think that like stood out to me. I actually thought there was like too many like different scrambles to really identify like a single thing. I do think a lot of it felt like Day would get like openings like this, and that there wasn't enough like clear cut answers like automatically out of Zwei. In a matchup where I feel like it is important to really understand those interactions as Johnny, because you're probably committing on a lot every now and then anyway. And if it's not something where you're like, yes, this for sure beats like insert thing and insert thing and insert thing, and loses to like these 3 or 4 things, then it feels like you're just kind of like randomly tossing coins out. Although coin on average is pretty solid. There were a lot of really good coin trades in the sense that like it hit Slayer and Johnny didn't die. Yes, at that spacing, you're showing that you can throw short and long dash. I mean, you can't if he does. There's a lot of like little things to it, right? Because like he can do, and then like long dash out. Right? Anytime he's like resetting you close like this, you can't throw all the time like here, and so a lot of the times it becomes a question of like that, right? And so you see what happens a lot of the time. The argument would probably be that you want to make sure that you're pressing for H. I mean, there's also like other shit, right? It technically, like if you're here and you ever hit this instant block, there's a lot of little RPS that you can introduce early on. And Johnny, for the most part, seems like he could leverage that bar better than other people. Even this, right? Like even just like the natural like gap that tends to exist there is fine. Really, the only thought I would put is like I would probably tell myself I need to make sure that if it's whiffing in a context like this, that I'm whiffing 4H and not 6H, and that's probably like the most thought I would put into it. So that if they mess with you and they do something like this, then you're fine. And if he dashes backwards the other way, then he's like pretty far. Right? My point is like, to me, that's like how I would approach a matchup like this, is just legit learning every single interaction one by one and then deducing which one is probably worth it or not worth it, right? Like I said, I don't think that I don't think the throw us is like good enough. Because I get that in theory you're trying to have something like this happen, but it's weird. It kind of just ruins the throw more than it consistently saves you, I think, if you're not super duper comfortable doing it, I guess. But it's not bad. It's better is the way I would put it. But not just being better is enough for me to commit on an option in this game, because it's really hard to execute anything that you're not super duper comfortable with, right? Is essentially like my takeaway. That's like my main reasoning. It's why like there are things where you can grind them and they have value, and they might honestly even be more like generally applicable than this. Like a good example is like I don't throw option select my rejumps or anything like that. I don't care enough to do it, but you can do it, right? Like that's just a thing that you can grind out. I've just never thought it was worth missing my combo to check something that would be a bad burst anyway, right? It's a good skill. You force an option and people have to deal with it, and there's no downsides if you're always doing it correctly, but there's a downside if you mess it up. So I don't like it. Stuff like the throw us is in a similar realm, but it's a tough one. I do think that it seems like like a matchup you just have to grind interactions in. You just nickel and dime that shit. You figure out like, okay, well this beat me last time, like let me consider all my options. Is coin worth it? Is dash plus a button worth it? Is Raw's YYRC worth it here? Like, I think just swinging into the void as Johnny is like a death sentence in that matchup whenever I see the way Day plays it. Right? Because it's contingent on the Slayer just running into stuff. And I mean, I guess most Slayers probably do. But Day's just too good at wiggling around it. It doesn't seem consistent. But anyways, this is pretty fast. There was actually like a lot of this makes me appreciate how the Texas Showdown top 8 was actually really good in terms of like back and forthing. There's a lot of adaptation. I think this Slashback admittedly it's kind of like a beatdown. There were a lot of sets, even some of the ones that went like 1-2 felt less about adaptations and more like, damn, some people just got like fucked up by anime fighter stuff. But this is cool. I'm gonna slap it on YouTube later. I've been just watching through these and slapping them on YouTube. Like I said, this one feels like it had less direct adaptation. It felt like a lot of people were maybe dying to like the same things. But anyways, if anybody wants to watch more Exert right now, the Oakland Clubhouse Casuals on Pat's stream seems like it's kind of dead right now. But I guess Lynn does like lobbies on Fridays. So there's, wait, why didn't it post the whole thing? So there's like that lobby. And then if you want to go watch actually if you want to go watch Slayer not be able to live his life, you can go watch Ray fight this one poor Slayer online. See Dizzy put down that good Oki, that good. But I'm gonna go eat and chill and like vibe out. If I did stream anything, no, it's 9 p.m. Who am I kidding? But this was cool. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Is a vibe. I don't know what the next one is. I guess I'll probably be watching Combo Breakers, my guess. We'll see how that goes. I don't think there's anything else besides that coming up. And then it's kind of dead in the water for a bit, actually, funny enough. But these are cool. I'll be back for the next one for sure.